よいしょ。
Call to action here, but we love to have you here with us. That's a good one. However, I do want you all to keep in mind that we're now offering you new ways to engage with us with the Overwatch League, and that means that our communities and amazing creators now have the opportunity to bring you at home awesome match action, which watch parties over on YouTube. They're happening right now everywhere on YouTube, so make sure to tune in to your favorite creators and say hi from us, will ya? Now one more break, and then after that we will be blessed with Pro-Am gameplay on our screens. Justin and got Moxie on the mic. Sure feels like Christmas. Stick around.
どうもおはようございます。おはようございます。いやー、今日はちょっと大変だね、長丁場。しかも今日ちょっとコンテンダーの試合が多いな。いいんだけど、こんばんは。どんな生活リズムしてるんですか？朝リーグを見るために起きて、リーグが始まったら寝て、夕方あたりスクリームとかがある場合はその起きてらんないから、その仮眠を1回取って、どっかでその取れるとくタイミングで仮眠を取って、その10時ぐらい、8時10時ぐらい、8時から12時ぐらいまでがスクリームあるんで、毎日じゃないけどね、そんな感じでその辺ぐらいまでスクリームあるんで、それのために仮眠をして、でそのタイミング起きて、でそのスクリーム終わったら寝てみたいな感じかな。おはようございます。パンダハッシュタグ取得したっぽい。いいね。よかった。問題はロスターどうなるかなんだよ。毎日はね、今オフシーズン、事実上のオフシーズンだしね、今。日本チームにとってのね、日本チームにとっての事実上のオフシーズンだから今。っていうのもあるし、あとうちのチームは社会人ばっかりなんで、毎日はできないんですよ仕事の都合とかでどうしても。あと毎日やるチームは少ないよ。結局ね、結局個人練習取る時間とかもあるから、週7日はないね。多いチームでも週6日になるし、やっぱりしっかり休みは取るね。週5日とか6日ぐらいじゃないかな。事実上のね、次の大会がいつあるか分かんないから、なんかオフシーズンつってまったりしてたら、なんかあと1ヶ月後にはもう大会ですみたいなことになるかもしれないから、今はちょっとレバンガとしては チームがメンツが揃ってから1ヶ月ちょっとずっとその WDG オープントーナメントトライアルって感じでずっとその大会続きで全然ゆっくりできる暇がなかったんで、パンダ大丈夫だったっぽいね。さあ始まった。エイプリルフールモードの最強キャラ、アッシュだったと思うけどアッシュいなくなっちゃったしな。あとまだプレイしないからちょっとパッチノート見ながらその後で話そう。さあツイステッドマインズはファラ
goes down to Fearless, so it is even so far in this fight. However, Outlaws a bit overextended, far have to rotate back towards this point, but eventually will cap first.
ツイステッドマインズはね、ファラ OTP チームなので、それに対してヒューストンはフィアレスジャンカークイーンのジャンカークイーンラッシュ、もうバックラインから崩壊させていこうって。いやー出たこの超高速でキルをもぎ取っていく、超高速でキルをもぎ取っていく感じ。ヒューストンのやり方はシンプルだね。ツイステッドマインズが穴を採用したり地面を張ってるヒーローを採用してるんで、そっからもう狩ればいいじゃないっていう単純明快っすね。ヤクザフィアレス、そうだね、フィアレス去年やってた気がする。めちゃくちゃうまかったと思うよ。試合出してたっけかな。キリコで高台に逃げたらいいんじゃ。キリコ出さないのは謎だね。練習してないのか自信がないのか。キリコだったらどうなるんだろうな。キリコはキリコでトレーサーが絡んできて、トレーサーがキリコの、ステップ吐かせてステップ吐いたところを突撃するって感じにはなりそうだけど。キリコはねウルトのシナジーがないよね。悪くはないけど、逃げることには特化できるけど、さあただ防衛になってしまえばバックラインを守りやすいので、ファラの火力を押し付けやすいと。meant that Violet had to use the sign barrier to keep Phyllis online, and as a resulting consequence, they don't have sign barrier to sustain through the barrage that comes out from Twisted Minds. And it means that Twisted Minds won the fight off of the barrage, and better yet, didn't have to rely on a nano boost to actually find the kills from it. So now they are going to have the nano boost to build back into that barrage, and they can cycle those two ultimates over and over until they equalize on point percentage. Now Outlaws push through that right side, come through, trying to, by the way, swap Sue over to that Meanwhile, Pelican with a pulse bomb on to slay on the backside. ペリカンがスレイを落とすけど、うわー LBB きっちりキルを取り切って、さあシュウがここでキリコになったね。さすがに振り切ってきつかったんでしょう。構成的に振り切ってである意味は薄かったからね、その方が。ナノバリッジしないのは、その対面 なんか対面のリソースが少ない、そのナノバレッジするほどナノバレッジほどの火力が必要ないから、ナノファラとバレッジで交互にそのウェーブを取っていこうっていう戦術というか方針じゃないかな、おそらく。
This has been April's rules joke, right? There's no way Twisted Minds won round number 1 versus Houston Outlaws.
I mean, more importantly, there's no way Outlaws ran out with the Junker Queen composition.
Yeah, what the heck?
There was
取ったね。
decisions behind it. There was smartness in what probably comes across as tomfoolery, right? Happy getting to come across on that soldier is going to be looking for off angles on to
特に今回のそのジャンカークイーンラッシュ相手はなんつうのかな、脆い代わりにめちゃくちゃそのバックラインに負荷がかかる、バックラインに対して負荷をかけてくる構成だから、それだったらその、無視されやすいファラがその継続的に火力を出してっていう。でその代わりリソースが細いんで、ナノかバレッジどっちかあればその相手に対して十分以上の負荷をかけれるから、それで交互に使えればいいよねっていう。ナノバレッジはまあ過剰だろうね。ラインハルト相手とかラマットラ相手とかだったらあとはなんか受ける形の構成とか相手だったらとか、なんだろうな、その中遠距離の構成、攻撃に特化してる構成相手とかだったら保険の意味も込めてナノバレッジっていう形にはなると思うけど、サウジアラビアはファラが強い。ファラ上手いプレイヤーのほとんどはコンソール出身。へえ。バレッジで 1,2 交換できれば、最悪 1,1 交換できれば、その後回しで蘇生して、その人数差元に戻すみたいな、人数差結局勝ちに持っていくみたいなことができるから、最低1人落とせば、交換としては悪いっしょみたいなところはあるね。確かに、あれだからな、日本も CS 勢ファラ強えからな。the jagged knives to try and keep that forward constantly wounded and eating into the sustainability that's there on the side of that Mercy. And even when we were seeing Happy try and find that CS のコンソールのファラ最強だからね。It was always the proactive play. This is what we sort of look to when we think about EMEA pacing in terms of teams and how this Pharah composition likes to play off of. You always make the first move because if you are actually able to stop the hit scan from taking that angle, a lot of the time you stop the threat for the Pharah to have to worry about.
Yep, and now we're coming back into the lobby, guys, for Outlaws. Do they change things up here versus Twisted Minds, Moxie? Do you think there's a better composition to deal? レファンガリもファラ実質 OTP の人いませんでした。いや、ハウツーはファラ確かに強いけど、キャスディも結構やるよ。
Both gonna have a Mercy, both gonna have an Ana. Now the question is, do the Pharahs go for the Pharah first, or do they try and take?
キャスディ、あれキャスディ、ハウツーのキャスディ強くねっつってWDG オープンの時にファラ勝負になった。WDG オープンの時にあの時にちょうどオープントーナメントがあった時の大会があれだったね。ちょうどキャスディのその距離減数がなくなってじゃねえわ、伸びて。それでなんかハウツーがファラいけん、ファラじゃねえ、キャスディいけんじゃねっつって言い始めて、じゃあやってみっかっつったら強かったっていうね。それでレバンが結構キャスディ中心になったっていうのはあったね、当時。実際クソ強かった。さあ最初にリードしてるのはいやヒューストンだったけど、ここでピアレス起きるのはでかいね。ディーバを使ってもうナノファラ竹さんの配信はいつです アナとファリーファの出身は中東はそうなはず。うわーマジか、それ当てんのか。初の配信はね、彼の家の回線が改善されるのをちょっとお待ちください。回線クソ底らしいからな。なんかどうやら。2人ともエジプトだね。まあ、てか、親子だからね、パラとアナは。いやー、今のツイセットマインズ取り返すんか、すごいな。ヒューストンは徹底してツイセットマインズのバックラインからそのアナの部分から落としに行こうとしてるけど、まあ、実際フィアレスを出してるのもそうだしね。いやー、11トレードこれ起こしに行かれるとまずいけど、まあトレーサーだからまあどうせほっといてもすぐ復帰するやろ精神が。バイオレットが倒される。このディーバというなんかな、ディーバさあるかな。でも正直ボール VS この構成のミラーでボール VS ディーバだったらディーバの方いる方が基本的には有利なはずなんだよな。これがペリカンかハッピーどっちかがさソンブラトレとかやってれば話は別だけど。おおうますぎだろマジで。そうだね、トロントはかなりゆっくりめなスローテンポな戦いでツイセットマインズを完封したね。スピードリーが徹底的にその穴に絡んでその相手のポジションを歪ませて、でディーバを崩していくか、その無理をしてきたそのマーシーがそのバックラインについたタイミングでファラを落としたっていう戦略だったね。まさかツイステッドマインズ1本取っていく。あ、そういえばさ、初戦だけの強さいやー、ヒューストンどうなるかなこれ。まあ、信じたのは嘘にしても、なんかツイセットマインズが1本取るのはちょっとおもろいから期待してたよね。まあミラーじゃ勝てんしょ。ディーバ出せるわけでもないし、フィアレスが。ディーバ出せればまだわかんないけど、ディーバが対ファラマーシーに対する一番その回答を出せるタンクだし、バックラインから崩壊させるヒューストンの戦術に対してもバックライン守りやすいし、ファラの方が。バックラインの刈り合いになったらそのボールとレッキングボールとそのディーバの差でディーバの方に分があるし。普通にハッピーがキャス D 出せば勝てそうだけどね。それこそトロントと同じことやればいいだけだと思うんだけど。そういえばなんかストライカーがショックとボストンに遊ばれてるね。 いやボストンの方が本気なのか本当なのかは分からんけど。多分ネタだと思うけどな、さすがに。ショックの方は完全にネタだし、ショックの方は完全にネタなのは分かりやすいんだけどさ、ボストン側のサンキューストライカーはネタとして分かりづらすぎないよな。本当にネタなのかどうなのかが分かりづれえ。いや多分ネタだと思うんだけど、さすがにこのタイミングで抜けるってなかなかありえないからな。さあヒューストン、ヒューストン、こっから勝てるかどうか。いやー、ヒューストンここから修正してくるかな、さすがに。
It's so iconic as well that we had a flooded deadlift. So for those of you that don't know, flooded deadlift is when one player on an entire team accounts for over 50% of their final blows. We had a flooded deadlift coming out from Lavda. And Fleder was like so prolifically known for his far, so I'm sure that's got to be such a good feeling for this player. But maybe what's not a great feeling for this player is that he's sitting the next map out. Quartz is actually going to be coming in for this team, and we know that Quartz is very strong. We know that he has an absolutely exceptional Sojourn on his best days. This, I think, is my main concern, and this is the desk's main concern. This is a team that is based around the identity of being a pharmacy-heavy composition.
さすがに
This is what allowed them to have such a free running through the qualifiers
さすがにこのまま負けるとは思えないからな。
at this very stage, and they're moving away from that Pharah.
ブリはさすがにファラ無理。あ、まあ無理そうだな、ブリは確かに。ブリザードワールドのファラは確かに無理そうだな。
Overwatch history, but yes, like you mentioned, Blizzard World is going to be our next map, and it's the daytime one, obviously. Look how nice it is out here. The balloons and everything. Do you like balloons, Moxie?
I like balloons. I want to go here.
Do you have like an irrational fear of balloons? Like, I don't, but like...
No, I like balloons. I don't like them being popped.
Yeah, well, like imagine like somebody blew a balloon into your mouth and then popped it in your mouth. What would happen?
No.
It's hypothetical. Like, what would happen? Like, would you be angry or like would you be mad? Like, how would you feel? Anyway.
I wouldn't be happy.
まあブリザードワールド まあちょっとね、あそこで止まる理由さ、昨日の夕方、夜か、8時、9時ぐらいにつぶやいてたんだけど、バレルの試合見ながらね、考えてて、その理由考えてて、まあ大体ツイッターに書いてた通りなんだけど、まあきついよ、ブリザードワールドの下は。建物側を取んなきゃいけないのに、建物側取ってるとエリア広がんなくてゴール前で積むっていう、そっからパワーとウルトで解決するしかないみたいな状況になっちゃうから。ツイステッドマインズ、トレ・ソンブラ、ヒューストンはトレ・ハンゾーだね。まあファラが出てこないっていうのが分かったから、じゃあって感じだろうけど。さあハック準備している。高台から取りに行くのもきついよね、あれ。まあ無理じゃないけどめっちゃきつい。まあ無理って言っていいほどきつい。さあツイステッドマインズ、クォーツが落ちて、ただここでハッピーもソンブラへ。いいとこ取ってんね。あー、シューが落ちた。さあ、第一はなんだかんだ順調だぞ。フィアレスが落ちる。ああ。いいね。
The bad news for Outlaws is that they invested the nano boost trying to stall out so that Phyllis could come back in with that primal, and they're not going to have it in this next engagement to try and push Twisted Minds immediately off of this high ground.
Yeah, that's a big deal for Outlaws because now Twisted Minds are pushing forward. The slap came through on the courts, by the way, on the Sombra as they try to go for the hack. Nice sleep from Shu. Unfortunately, the damage follow-up is not there. If I was Shu, I would be pissed. I would always get mad at my teammates on the Atlanta Rain for not killing the slap targets, but at the same time, Twisted Minds, they're dove on by Pelican and Fearless.
さあ、ユービ倒して、スレイがハッピーを倒す。いやー、順調にペロロ進めてくね。まあ、ただここはイーブンだから、いなされるかこれ。うわー、いいマトリックスの使い方。キリコのお札もね、マトリックスに消されちゃうんで、まあ、マトリックスかぶせられるとヒール取んなくなるんですね。
Is the Lucio gonna get too tired and drop that Soundbar to try and sustain the team, or is the Sombra gonna pull the EMP before the Lucio has Soundbarred and they cancel each other out? This is going to be absolutely massive. The good news for Twisted Minds, however, is that they have an EMP and Soundbar. Outlaws only have an EMP. If it hits them,
いい形。
they're gonna get absolutely sent to spawn backing, but Outlaws, knowing that they need to make the first move, connect the EMP onto Nutella, guarantee that they find that immediate team fight, and can now work to position themselves around
ヒューストンのさ、色味やさ、コンテナの月に似てるのはめちゃくちゃわかる。ヒューストンカラーです。ヒューストンはヒューストンカラーです。
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, they now get a push in, like you mentioned, Quartz now onto the backside flank, goes for that EMP immediately onto Violet. Do they find the kill? No. He got pocketed by Shu over to the top side who hit them with that healing grenade, and on that low ground, now Quartz doesn't really get a lot of value besides some pressure on the low ground, but KSA...
まあちょっとこのインターバル、この試合の終わった後のインターバルでちょっとブリザードワールドがなんできついのか、第2なんであそこで止まるのかの、あれをちょっと図解というか、図解しながら説明しようか、せっかくだし。
Pelican now backs up at the same time. Kitsune Rush committed, and even through that, Violet finds the pick on Nutella.
such a smart way of canceling out the
多
sandbag.
分言葉で説明してもね伝わりづらいんだよな。
The players are going to be clumped up so that they can all get hit by the sandbag. What does Winston love the most? Cleaving. When you have a nano boosted Winston cleaving, he builds Primal at an absolute hyperactive speed. Phyllis is 83% to that next ultimate, and Outlaws can literally just send them into the backline.
とりあえずメンツは残して、おおヘッドショット。さあ裏を取る。表で挟み、おおワイオレット。ツイステッドマインズを押し返してゴール前まで進められなければ勝ち切るのも難しくはない状況だけど。
That's unfortunately what happens. You have to walk into it though, and Atlas are doing such a good job of baiting Twisted Minds into taking these long rotations so that the kunai from Violet can be there and up the most amount of times possible. Yubi's trying to build up to the pulse bomb, but Pelican already has his. KSA is not there to look for the eat with defense matrix, and as a result, Pelican claims 2.
しっかりペイロードも止めて、いやー形勢このタイミングでメック切れてないのきついね。これもう一回詰めてくるぞヒューストン。いやーナノ打った後しかもクォーツちょっと戻りすぎてる。いやー指やられて
Potentially. He loses the neck. That's exactly what happens. They don't stagger him though. They do immediately kill the baby, and now they're going after Slay. This is the more problematic stagger. Quartz is actually going to try and use the EMP to save him, and it is actually going to mean that no one is touching the card. As it was just stagger after stagger after stagger from Twisted Mind's side. Outlaws doing a very good job of just pushing that team to the absolute brink, not allowing them time to be able to regroup even in their spawn, so that they can put together a decent push around the umbrella of Quartz's EMP. And I mean, Desk is probably talking about, oh, you
この位置はさすがにヒューストン進め切るだろうね。
No, I'm saying Shu right now. The fact that Shu takes that duel against Quartz and chases that Sombra, forces the translocate instead of allowing that Sombra the engagement of EMP in the backline, immediately turns the entire push that Twisted Minds had on its head.
Well, we you know, obviously, by the way, with Shu, Pelican has been cracked as well. I mean, this guy hit crazy freaking pulse bomb onto the inside play with that EMP as well. Just came through this front side angle with both blinks, or just one blink, and actually got. I was wondering why that kill was like so delayed. Both of them. It was just Nutella and then Slay immediately off of a ground pulse bomb, which you don't really see too often. And you know, I'm gonna just because you know I'm Dogman today, and I just want to make people angry. You know, I'm just gonna call what you know Twisted Minds there a C9. You know, I think a lot of people get too invested in it. What's a C9? What is a C9? Huh? And they pull out the glasses and stuff, and I'm just like, dude, who cares? Who cares what a C9 is? But you know, on the opposite side, Outlaws, they're looking dominant this map, Moxie.
Yeah, Outlaws are really out to prove it. They are one of the strongest teams in this entire tournament, and once again, they are going to be rolling out with this.
ヒューストンは構成は変わらず。ツイセットマインズはラマラッシュ。
Yubi not going to be there on the tracer, but instead on the make, so they're looking for sustainability. This is smart because Outlaws are going to be looking for that dive, and it's immediately going to isolate them and this out if the dive isn't.
ペイロードで固くホールドするって感じかな。おお一瞬でシューが落ちた。これスレイが落ちて、これダメージ勝ちしないとしんどいことになるぞ。クォーツもやられる。ここはいい感じだね。
It's so smart because you know that the Winston's jump is still going to be on cooldown because you just saw him use it. And that means that the Ana is going to be gone because the Kiriko is there with the Winston to make sure that his dive actually isolates the target out. Now, however, it's not going to work. Outlaws know exactly what's up. They're positioning knowing that Twisted Minds are going to look for that reverse ball onto the backline, and instead they're making sure everyone is within the same space. Everyone is going to be playing on.
おー、ナモットラやばい。ナモットラで 後ろから崩していきたいけど、いやー追い込まれている。パルスボムがあるぞ。固まってるとまずい。KSA が次固まったタイミングで狙うか、バックラインをさっさと崩しに行くかって感じだけど、これ終わったらつけに行きそうかな。いや、詰めに行った。あ、これは鈴待ってるか、これ。あー、クォーツ。フィアレスが崩した。ユービマジ？いや、これは入れないね。
But Idols had to use both the rush and the nano and the primal in that engagement. Twisted Minds are very happy because they know if they pop Annihilation,
さあもうがっつり詰めていく。
they don't run the Lucio, so they can't just speed disengage away
ハ
from
ッピーは
it.
EMP を構えている状
Just by
況。
using this Rematcher ultimate, as long as he exists, are going to be able to
かなり
force
挑戦
Idols
的な位置だけ
back
ど、
towards that
いや
choke.
完璧に決まるぞこれ。
Looking to make an engagement first, though.
いや
The EMP connects onto KSA.
完璧ハッピー。
Trying to take this round down before
いやただシューが倒されてる。
But the sound
お
barrier
ちょ
saves
っと
him,
まずい
and
か。
that means Annihilation is
いやアナイレーション一瞬で終わってしまった。 いやーぬるっと取られた。
Slade does have Kitsune Rush. Quartz is actually going to go on to that Ash, just trying to be able to use things like the Coach Gun to displace a dive when it comes on through, because they've seen the backline is going to be where that Sombra tries to immediately bite into. KSA going onto that Diva.
リーバだけどスレイが入れるけど入ったけど、あースレイがやられて、あーニューテラもやられて。
the scraps of Twisted Minds, knowing that they're going to be separated, that their positions are going to be in such a way that one by one they have to push themselves onto the card if the other person goes down, and that leaves them vulnerable. Sombra and Tracer alone don't do a lot of damage to a full team, but they're not fighting a full team. They're fighting members that are already going to be separated away from that backline, so they're in position to hold themselves onto that objective. It's such smart heads-up play from Outlaws who know they can just sacrifice a good
逆に1本取られたら謎だけどな。
to make sure that they can catch the
だいぶ遊んでたという話なのか。 続いて次プッシュ。ファラマップはあるのかな。どうだろう。ハッピーがキャスディやってなかったしな。
Now we're going to map number 3. We're going to a push, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
プッシュだとファラーどこ出るかな。エスペランスはそこそこ強そう。いやでもコロッセオか。やっぱコロッセオのファラーはまあそこそこ強いだろうな。ニュークイーンはちょっと微妙かも。どうもおはようございます。目が開いてません。見開いてもろてね。
Hey, where to head at though? Meanwhile, guys, we're going to Coliseum. No goofy eyes here today. Although, happy April 2nd to everybody today. It's April 2nd, right, Moxie? It's April 2nd. Tell him, please.
I mean, I'm just hoping. I don't know about you. Like, I played a lot of the Overwatch April Fool's mode. I don't think I've actually had a push map come up, so I'm hoping that Clive has googly eyes too. The payload in the April Fool's mode has googly eyes, so I don't think we'll get to see it though, because we are playing on a different client, and all of the heroes sadly don't have the amazing alt lines that have all been changed, which again I hope we get to see continue just a little bit longer. There's something extremely special about having a Moira shout, "I'll show you meta," as she coalesces
コロッセオかでもさすがに。
into a team. This is something a little bit personal, I think. Some of the developers, maybe some Moira mains among them, not too happy about Moira's place in the current climate of professional Overwatch esports.
Oh, I am. I'm telling you, when I had to play Moira, oh my god, I hated it. But listen, that's just a personal preference type of thing. Everybody has their own play style, and Outlaws have kind of figured out theirs, right? Happy, really renowned for his Widowmaker, Cassidy, even Hanzo at times, but he's been playing a lot of that Sombra. Do you think he locks the Hanzo now?
ファラー出さずか。
Well, he's been playing a lot of the Sombra because it does kind of directly counter the D.
まあでもコロッセオな。
Relies on that mobility to be able to
なんかその守りとしては強いけど、攻めれねえんだよな、やっぱこのマップのファラーは。 攻めるのがきついからだとは思うわ。そのコロッセオのその闘技場の柱とか使って守るのはねめちゃくちゃ強いと思うんだけど、ツイセットマインズはちょっと変則的なラマットララッシュ。そう、ツイセットマインズにファラ OT、まあ OTP がいるんで、そうリスポーン前絶対何もできないんだよね。
Scary monster in the back line. KSA answering on the front line, however, gets KSA super low, but the immortality field keeps him nice and healthy. And meanwhile, they push forward. Force Happy's double jump out of that situation. Fearless now comes back through because Twisted Mind's engaged past the choke. No deaths just yet on the front line. KSA is trying to deal that damage to Fearless pummel yet again for KSA. Goes into the back line.
さあまずはバイオレットが落ちていった。おお、やば溶け方。
Even though the immortality field was there, it deployed a little bit too late. However, Twisted Mind still have the advantage and look for pickoffs now.
Yubi's just looking to try and land one of these. But Happy is the one that lands the log first. Yubi goes down, and with that Mei, there goes your stall. There goes that just little bit of chance that you could wait for KSA to come back in and still be able to regain control of this fight. As Happy is just on an absolute rampage right now. He's letting loose, he's firing away, and there is absolutely nothing that Twisted Minds can do but try and back out so that the casualties aren't too many.
And that's the problem with fighting so aggressive on Coliseum. That's why you see so many of these teams just take this super, passive approach. Is because the moment you try to make the first move, there's just too much space you have to cover, right? And Houston Outlaws now on the backside. Pelican, he's lurking with the pulse bomb. What's he gonna do? At the same time, the lamp is forced. Actually, immortality field. Does he get the kill through? Quartz actually finds Violet. But Happy's there with the follow-up Hanzo arrow from across the map.
いやー、ハッピーのぶち抜きから
Yeah, that's why Outlaws immediately just went in, both with the nano
一気にヒューストン
and
ペースだ
that
な。
They're offsetting the tempo of Twisted Minds. They're not allowing this team. It's the exact same thing we saw in Blizzard World. Outlaws just continue to push and pressure. This is what they did when we saw them last go up against Toronto Defiant on push. They continue to apply pressure, bait out ultimates, and not allow the group to fully be able to reset and find those 5 players and organize to be able to actually push back onto this dive. Because a Winston without Primal is really easy to take down when 5 players focus him through. But now that Primal's already been built up, Fearless is absolutely that.
フェルスちょっと珍しいな。
He doesn't need
なんか
his supports to
あれ
keep
で
it
下るの。
contained until the ultimate's built up. He already has it. And again, Twisted Minds still can't wrangle together a decent push because they're just
さあこれで半分。
continuously being juggled between all of these spinning plates that Outlaws are pushing them into using.
7 minutes left now for Twisted Minds, and maybe this is evidence enough already that Outlaws maybe first map were kind of playing with their food. Twisted Minds now have 4 ultimates, but they're already dove on early and happy again. Early pick off, pick after pick. He just continually
明治にビート入った方がいいって聞いたことあるけど。
The beat drop was there to sustain him, but the annihilation lands onto Violet. Shu goes down to Quartz. Pelican eventually finds Slay. Nutella as well, so the follow damage is there.
なんとも言えないな。他に残しとかなきゃいけないのもあるし、別にそのビートって別にカウンターだけに取っておきたいウルトでもないから、攻めに使いたいウルトでもあるから、ちょっと一概には言えないんだけど、プライマルレイジの対処って全員でプライマルレイジをフォーカスしてプライマルレイジが暴れられないようにするか、完全に無視して他のプライマルレイジ以外のやつをもう速攻で倒しに行くっていうのが、まあ、基本的な対処なのね。この2択、まあもちろんその他のウルト状況によって変わったりはするんだけど、基本的にはこの2択で、このプライマルレイジのウィンストンを無視して倒しに行くっていうことをしたときに、誰か1人がプライマルレイジに絡まれ続けるから、その時に、まあ、ビートはあった方が、まあその11トレードにとかにはなったりしないよねっていうことだとは思う。残しといた方がいいってほどではないかな。レイジのためにビートを残しておくっていうほどではないと思うけど、まあ、基本的に高いレベルの試合の高いレベルというか、基本的にウルトは11交換するものだから。おお KSA 消した。ここでツイセットマインズはリーパーディーバということで、ウィンストン対策ウィンストンに戦術を大きく切り替えてきたね。
with the damage already done by the Hanzo ultimate, and as a result, they are out of position when the Dragon Strike fails.
I mean, this is great for Twisted Minds now. It's kind of like the
ヒューストンもそれを指してルームフィスト。ウィンストンはきついって判断だね。
Outlaws, and it kind of showed that, you know, Outlaws were not ready for a bit more of a brawly style at points, because overall they still look absolutely amazing, and they have that nano boost this fight for the Doomfist and Fearless.
さあナノドゥーム。
Goes aggressive with that nano boost, but it's immediately countered by a
オーバーウォッチの大会見ててね、あークォーツ、それは。
in this fight, but can they actually get any kills here versus Outlaws when they've just sustained so well? No, it looks like Nutella gets slept by
それはそうマジで。個人試合のマジで何やってるか分かんないからな。あー。ハッピーもソンブラ、フィアレスもドゥームでかなりディーバ対策に寄せてるから、ツイセットマインズキャラ変えしたけど、ちょっと完全に無効化されちゃった形だね。
he gets to use the aggression that Twisted Minds try and turn onto him to sustain him and push Twisted Minds into a worse position. Now Yubi, however, does have that Death Blossom, and Outlaws do know this. Happy might be able to hack it though, and that's exactly what they do. EMP connects onto the Reaper, and he's forced to use Wraith Form before the Meteor Strike tries to follow him through. Doesn't manage to connect onto the Reaper, however. The Wraith Form not yet out. But again, he's shut down immediately as Fearless comes through and slams him into a wall.
さあ残り2分半。ツイセットマインズはまたもやピック変更。今度はドゥーム対策のトレソン。 まあ、ドゥームは突っ込んでガードで固まったところをハックで妨害してそのままキルまで持っていきたい、もしくはガードで固まったところをトレーサーかソンブラ裏から攻撃して、まあ、困らせたいところだろうけど、ペリカン裏に入っているパルス。ナオドゥームはさあしっかり受ける形でヒューストンウェーブにしっかり勝っていく。さあコーツが泥棒してるけど、まあ、しっかり対処する。
Outlaws, Quartz managed to escape with his life. They're all together now on the side of Twisted Minds. They're going to build up towards that beat drop. No EMP yet available for Happy, but the Outlaws have that ultimate with.
ああ、ハッピーこれは逃げられない。
Also with that beat drop, but Nutella finds Happy. No translocator because they broke it, and Yubi lands the pulse bomb on his shoe. This could allow Twisted Minds the opening that they need, but they're down about 100 meters, Moxie.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to break that translocator and then
Yep.
down Happy's
と
location.
ロボットが進むね。
We even
シ
actually
ーセッ
saw
ト
the
マインズ。
animation of Happy try to throw a translocator out to be able to blip away from the damage coming through from Twisted Minds to maybe be able to retrieve and receive that
ソンブラ
Cyber
対面
from Violet.
あソンブラ対面のいっちゃんやられて嫌なことだからねあれ。
When they know that the Sombra is going to be vulnerable, they will take her down before EMP can come through because EMP is what they're worrying about in this next engagement. Sandvar comes out early from Outlaws. They don't have to worry about Quartz's EMP.
いや EMP
down immediately.
いやまあ打つよね。
Still something that Nutella has to worry about. There it is. The Sandvar was early. The EMP rips the extra shields away, and in goes Outlaws to punish the lack of sustainability for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, plus that damage. I mean, 30 meters. They got 20 now. 30 seconds left. Outlaws. Moxie, they don't have a lot of ultimates, but Twisted Minds, they don't either, and it feels like every time Slay pops that Kitsune Rush, Outlaws are just right on top of it.
The problem for Twisted Minds, however, is that they can't overcommit in this next fight because of the distance that Outlaws have already picked up on this ball. So, oh no, that's even worse. That's a much bigger problem. The backline is removed immediately. Outlaws once again don't allow Twisted Minds to rest in any safe space to set up a push or puts Lee in an aggressive position to find a couple of kunai picks to build up that rush, the ultimate that Twisted Minds were relying on opening this next fight up with, and the backline is separated from the front line. Twisted Minds have no bodies to touch to Clive, and as a result, Outlaws will continue the absolute unobstructed destruction in that path that has been their last 3 matches. This team is looking absolutely terrifying.
1マップ目はうまくいってたけど、まあちょっとねヒューストンもなんか最適かもサム関係ないやろ。
Playing, you know, Violet, like why are you still ragging on your ex-teammate? But you know, I get it. I guess at the same time, Outlaws look amazing, like you said, Mox. I mean, what a dominant fashion to win, to capitalize. They did lose map number 1, but it was a little bit of experimentation on their side, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, shoo, come on. Well, what more can we say? This guy is just an absolute monster. Every single time we see this, every single time we look at their backline, we're just like,
このままサウジアラビア代表になるんだったらめちゃくちゃ強いだろうね普通に。
into the same team because that backline never goes down. Look at how he saves Fearless. Fearless should have been dead, but he's able to drop the bubble and that buys you that little split second to be able to hit onto the nano for the Winston and save him. Shoot with those nanos, just continuing to push Fearless in. Then with that nano already gone, takes the duel, not just against the Sombra, but against the Tracer too.
Yeah, he's just breaking ankles consistently. I mean, like, how does he keep doing this? I don't know. It's just his Ana gameplay is obviously, for a lot of people, the best in the leagues, right? I mean, it's just absolutely insane how few deaths for 10 he has in general. 4.5. Also, the damage, by the way, 5.1k damage on Ana with 7.3 thousand healing done. I mean, maybe it's because, you know, the team they're playing against, he was able to just pump out that damage, not heal as much, but what ridiculous stats from the outstanding flex support.
Well, it's not just the fact that it's the composition that they're running, right? When Fearless goes for that Doomfist, because you have things like the stuns and you're pushing those players into the walls, Shu knows that he has those split seconds to be able to peek those players aggressively, land a couple of Ana darts onto them without having to worry about that damage, that focus being returned back onto him. Anna's main counter has always been her vulnerability in terms of a professional team environment because of how easy she is to headshot. If you have a knowledge of, okay, we've got 2 seconds of no one being able to turn on that Anna, she absolutely is free to take those hits every single day of the week, and he will take those duels and he will find those kills.
Yeah, what a great player. But guys, we'll be going to short break. When we come back, we'll see the feeder on the desk, Custa. So don't go anywhere. You'll see this and also upcoming matches. So we'll be right back after this break.
いやまあ週のパフォーマンスはえんかったね。というわけでちょっとせっかくなんでまあさっき言ってたあれやりますか。なんでブリザードワールド第2で止まるのかっていう、なんでブリザードワールド第2のゴール前で止まってしまうのかの解説をしていきますか。リスが近いからだけど、まあそれも一つの要因ではあるんだけど、リスポーン地点が近いだけだったら別にそのなんか一発通ればそれで勝てちゃうのよ。でもその一発がなかなか起きないじゃん、あそこのマップって。でそれがなんでかっていう話やね。ですね、画面キャプチャーオンにするかな。こうか。OK。まあブリザードワールドの第2、ですね、まずはこのマップのそのゴール前を突破する方法、まあ、構造をまあちょっと理解してほしいんだけど、まずゴール前のペイロードの位置はこうなるわけよ。で、どういう状況かっていうと、高台とそのこっち側のエリアとリスポーンのここって感じで、まあ大体3つぐらいにエリアが区分できるんだけど、高台を一度取ってしまえると、ここまで制圧できると、一度ね、攻撃側が制圧できると高台から有利な車線が通せるので、基本的にここのエリアも取れるんですよ、自動的に。ここのエリアが防衛側が使いにくくなるんだよね、高台を取ると。ここを取ることで、この高台を取ることで、その副次的にその有利な車線を作りやすいところまでそのポジションが取りやすいんだよね。なんならここまで取れてしまうと、ここのその防衛の最終の最後の頼みの綱であるこのポジションすらも潰れてしまう。だからそのペイロードをゴールまで運ぶ時のその攻撃の理想的な配置としては、ここに絶対ここのパイプをつないでトレーサーとかがここにいるっていうのがで、かつそのウィンストンとかがペイロードを踏み込んでいるっていう状況が、まあ、ヒットスキャン、トレーサー、まあ、ウィンストン、まあ、サポートって感じで、サポートがこの辺に行ったりとか、まあ、こっちについたりとかっていうのが理想的な形なのね。これをすると防衛側はここにしか入れない、もしくはここにしか入れないし、そのペイロードに触るとタコ殴りにされるっていう。そう、オーバーウォッチ2になってそんな分かれて攻めるのとか無理なんですよ。そうなんですよ。いやでもね、一回状況ができちゃえばできる。これはできる。別にこの形が作れてればいけるんだけど、無理なの。この形を作るところまでに行くのが無理なの。で、それがなんでかっていうと、そう、これが作れれば防衛側も結局そのエリアを広げるのが難しいから、オーバーウォッチ2でタンクが1枚しかないから逆に言うと作れてしまえば勝てるのよ。 らそういう形が作れてしまえばじゃあ勝てるっていうのを念頭に置いた上で、じゃあなんで高台取らねえのっていう話を。じゃあ高台を取るための経路をちょっと把握するんだけど、攻撃側はこのルートだよね。あ、ペン細。攻撃側はこのルートだよね。このルートもしくはこのルートなわけだ。これさ、よく見てほしいんで、防衛側はこうで、こうじゃん。こうなわけじゃん。で、よく見てほしいんだけどさ、このまあ A ルート、このルートを取った時にさ、防衛側がさ、ここでセットアップしてたらさ終わりの匂いしない。で、ここにタンクが陣取ってますっていう。で、しかもトレーサーとかがさ、この下とかさ、こっちのその大パック側とかからさ、裏ついてきますみたいな。無理じゃない。あ、こっち、あ、分かった。じゃあこの高台をこのルートで一人で取るのは無理なんだと。で、まあこのルート取ろうとして工夫してトレーサーを下から回しますっていうのも、まあ大体トレーサーがこの辺で裏から裏取りを兼ねてこの辺で待ち構えてますと。裏取り通りませんと。こっちルートも大体まあこのロング取られてるのでなかなか遠いし、なかなか難しいですと。じゃあ分かった。このルートからは1本で行くのは無理なんだと。じゃあこっち行こうと。こっから出ますと。そしたらさ、これまたさ、ここでクロス組まれてんだよな。で、この辺でタンクがさ、構えといてさ、まあ、ウィンストンとかだったらこっから出ようとしてくるところでここにバリアかぶせられたらさ、終わるじゃん。ここ終わるんですよ。あ、分かったと。じゃあこっちも無理なんだと。じゃあ両方同時に行ったらどうなんだと。まあ、例えばヒットスキャンをこっちから流してヒットスキャンをこの辺で構えさせといて、タンクとか本陣側をこっちからやってはどうだと。遠すぎるんですね、ここの2つが。ここの2つのポジションは連携が取れないんですよ、一緒に取ろうとすると。うん、なんとなく分かってきた。防衛側は常にこれをここのエリアをずっと取ってられるから、相手が攻撃側がどっちのルートを取ってきても挟み込むようにポジショニングができるんですよ。こうだったりこうだったりって感じ。でも攻撃側はここの何もない状態からスタートしないといけないので、両方同時進行しようとすると片方絶対に潰されちゃうのよ、人数寄せられて。ああ、1人しかいねえとかなっちゃうんだよね。リスクも高いしね。で、これ無理じゃん。多分無理なんだよこれって。ほぼほぼ無理。で今ブリザードワールドの攻略で主流になってるのが、高台取ってペイロ進めるのが無理だったら、もうペイロ付近で戦いながら建物を使ってこの下のエリアを使いながらペイロードを進めながらゴール前まで運びましょうっていうのが今主流なんだよね。まあこういうルートですわ。こういうルートだね。こういうルートでここの入り口、ここの入り口っていうところで、あとはちょっとこの辺の下とかねの入り口をうまく使ってペイロードをしながらこの辺まで進めましょうっていうのが今のリーグの主流になってるの。これは多分試合見てても分かりやすいと思うんだけど、上取らないからね。そう、さっき言った通り上はもう防衛側が車線作るのがセットアップが有利すぎて高台の勝負ができないと。で、じゃあペイロードをここまで進めました。進めた。まあ、さっきの進めれるんだよ。この小部屋とかをうまく利用して引き込む形で戦っていけば、まあそれなりに拮抗した相手であればここまで進めるのはそんなに難しくないの。でこっからだ、このマップのひどいところは。ここまでペイロードが進んでさ、でこの下を通ってポジショニングしてました。相手どういう配置してると思う？この時このペイロードに対してさっき言ってたこの高台取ってたり、ここ取ってたり、こっち側取ってたりするんだよ。さっき言ったよね、防衛ゴール前を 攻略するためには、まあ、最低この高台とかこっちのエリアとかこのエリアとかこのエリアとかこのエリアとかを取って囲い込む必要があると。囲い込むことでここの防衛、ここのゴールを突破する準備ができるんだっていう話をしたよね。じゃあそのさっき言ってたそのこのアプローチをした時にエリアはどこって言ったら大体のプレイここなんだよね。この下ここしかエリアがないんだよね。その攻撃側のエリアが、こことここのエリアしかなくて、前に出ようとするともうひどいことになるわけよ。タコ殴りされるわけよ、四方八方から。これがブリザードワールドが第2で止まりやすい理由だね。からくりというか。まあこういう大体こういう理屈で、そう大体こういう理屈でブリザードワールドの第2は止まりますよって感じだね。基本的にブリザードワールドの第2は高台を取ることで、まとめると高台を取ることでそのゴール前のコントロールを取りやすくなる構造をしてるの。この車線の作り方がそのすごくこの辺とか、その高台を取ることでゴール前を囲むためのエリアを取るのに必要な強いポジションが手に入る。こういうポジションとかこういうポジションとかこういうポジションとか取りやすい構造になってるんだけど、その高台を取るのが攻撃にとって無理ゲーすぎて、じゃあしょうがないからそのできる限りペイロードを遠くに進めようねっていうこの建物の側の展開を作っちゃうと、ゴール前まで来た時にエリアがそのさっき言ってたゴール前の戦い戦闘を制するために重要な高台ポジションを放置してるから、防衛側がもう四方八方からタコ殴りにしてくるセットアップができちゃうっていう理屈ですね、ブリザードワールドは。だから何かしらブレイクスルーがあって、この高台を安定して取るセットアップとか方法が見出される、もしくはこの下の展開からこの囲まれている状況を打破する方法っていうのが発見開拓されれば、まあここを突破するチームは増えてくるんだと思うけど、現状はそうはなってないよねっていう感じだね。ボールでぶち抜けたりせんかな。難しいんじゃないかな。このマップで多分ボール出すってことは完全に孤立するってことだから、なんか相手がソンブラとかトレーサーで絡んでくるとちょっと相当辛そうかなとは思っちゃう。そう第2だとリーグだと本当たりというかで、ウェーブの本格的な戦闘が少ないのもこれが理由だね。そう結局そのエリア取りにめちゃくちゃ時間をかけるから戦闘回数も少なくなって試行回数も少なくなる。攻撃側の試行回数が少なくなるんだよね、ここに到達するまでに。だけどその防衛側はこんだけ長い経路を移動してくる攻撃側に対して何回も攻撃チャンスがあるのよ。そうでさっき言ってたじゃあなんで1の時はさ高台の取り返しが、ゲームとしてベースだったのかっていうと、タンクが2枚いたので経路が少なくてもね、ここを通り抜けられるぐらいのね防御力はあったんだよね。マトリックスだったり盾だったりをうまく駆使してこの辺まで進行するのってそこまで難しくなかったし、なんならタンクがもう1枚いるからタンク1枚プラスサポートとかをロームさせてこっちのエリア取りに行かせるとかっていうのも、できたんだよね。だから本体こっちさっき言ってた高台を取るために、じゃあ1個じゃ苦しいなら2個同時に取りに行けばいいじゃないが、比較的簡単にできたんだよ。比較的簡単とはいえ、防衛側もタンクがもう1枚いるからきついんだけど、
Yeah, I think I was going back and forth between them too, but I went with Wisp actually. I really
2
liked
回目の取り返しで防衛リス側にみんなで回ることは無理なんですが、こういう話かな。まあ、無理ではないとは思うけど、多分相当苦しいね。なんでかっていうと、さっき言ってた通り、ここのポジションを取るために必要な強いポジションってここだから、つまりこのルートを取ろうとすると、ここで固められちゃうんだよね。ここでめちゃくちゃ大規模な集団戦を起こされちゃうから、多分ここを抜ける段階で1人2人はトレードされちゃって、まあ、よほど実力差がない限りはちょっときついんじゃないかな。多分ね、やってるチームあんまり見たことないから何とも言えないけど、この遮蔽物がほぼゼロの環境でその集団戦を起こされちゃうから、まあきついんじゃないかな。きついと思うな。なんか辛すぎませんか？そう。まあなんか辛いから、なんか辛すぎるから止まってるっていうのはあるね。ということで、じゃあ、まあ、ブリザードワールドの解説はこんなとこです。同じ位置で止まるなら高校優位になりそう。いや、どうだろうね。まあ、なんとも言えないな、そこは。You never want to be in that close quarters fight against Reinhardt as a Winston, because what's he gonna do? Well, he's gonna walk straight through your bubble, he's gonna swing that hammer, and he's 逆にレートどれぐらい違ったら突破されるんですか？まあ200、300ぐらいあれば全然余裕で突破できると思うよ。あ、始まってる。ごめん。ちょっと始まってるわ。100% region can probably play something completely different than Team Peps. And like you said, I mean, Krondop on the Reinhardt, Zirion onto that Koriko. Who do you think comes on top here in this first fight, Moxie? レートってよりかは、まあレートかな。いやでも相当きついと思うな。あのポジションでコンテンダー対決、まあツイステッドマインズのことだからね。ファラの話は200違うとほぼ試合にならない。いやでも多分同じぐらいのレートで同じぐらいのレートでさっき言ってたそのポジションで当たるっていうぐらいの頭脳があれば多分余裕で勝てるから、だから多分ほぼ試合にならないぐらいの差がないとあそこ突破するのは多分無理だと思うよ。かその防衛側があのポジション、さっき言ってた俺がここで攻められたらきついよねって言ったポジションでそのダイブしないぐらいそのまあちょっと戦術理解度が低い集団だったらそのレート関係なく勝てる可能性はあるけど、通る可能性はあるけど、でもそれって多分試合にならねえんだよな。すげえジェイカルポイントを取りに行ってジャンプしたら裏からクランドップ突っ込んでったな。まず最初はペップスが取っていく。おお、すげえブープ。ゴッドブープ。ゴッドブープすぎるわ今の。
They were relying on the nano boosted Winston engage to be able to build up primal and force Peps off of playing from that side lane because the squishies could get for an environmental bit, and now they don't have that opening. They have nothing to try and push Peps away from just using this Ant Matrix to either heal Crowned up on the front line or just set the double fire strike elimination up as the whale wall does come through from the Mei, allows Crowned up to be able to charge back onto the point to safety, back towards this team. Zeron still absolutely untouched on this Baptiste as Naga drops a Blizzard to catch on to the other members of Wisp and try to chase after the Rhine, and it's just one and done fight. Team
EU
continue to hold on.
まあ注目選手はちょっと、まあ、個人的にはナガ、ハイブリッド、ゼリオン、まあ、ペップス側かな。ナガは元リーガーなんで、去年パリでプレイしてたんで。でゼリオンは結構ここ最近の試合、ここ数戦でかなりそのパフォーマンスが高いそのフレックスサポートなんで、まあ、注目株といえば個人的にはナガ、ゼリオンかな。完全にソジョンってキャスに置き換わった。まあリーグではほぼ置き換わってるね。今は、まあ、キャスディが一強ってわけではなく、キャスディハンゾーあたりで結構選択かな。ソジョン出すチームもなくはないけど、まあ、そんなに今主流ではないね、やっぱ。あー、ディレイキルされてる。やっぱね、キャスアッシュハンズそんな感じだね。ソジョンデブナーフがでかすぎたわ。まあなんでかっていうとね、胴体の、まあ、これ何度も言ってるんだけど、胴体の当たり判定がでかくなるとトレーサーに弱くなるからですね。トレーサーに非常に弱くなるんで、もともとトレーサー対ソジョンってかなりソジョンきつかったんだけど、もともとそんなに、まあ、ワンパンあるとはいえ、そのワンパンない状態の圧力、ワンパンない状態のトレーサー、ワンパンない状態でトレーサーに圧力全くなかったから、ソジョンって。それがそもそもその怠慢になってもスプレー系の射撃に対してめちゃくちゃ弱くなってるから、ソジョンは胴体の当たり判定増えたおかげで、トールビョンとかゼニアッタがトレーサーの射撃でめちゃくちゃ削れるのと理由は一緒だから、横に判定が広くなるとスプレー系の射撃がマジできつくなるっていうのがあるんでね。でしかも今流行りがトレソンだったりするし、トレーサーに対してヘッショワンパンしない限り圧力がないから、まあ、胴体もね結構きついけど、トレーサー側としては。
To this guy, and he's just hiding around the corner, punishing the fact that Crowned Up Shield unfortunately only really covers one angle.
足から腰狙おうかなって思ってる。まあどうなんだろうね。ヘッド入った方がいいから、まあでも胸ぐらいを狙うのがいいっていう。トレーサーはなんかよっぽど近距離じゃない限りはなんか首から肩あたりを狙うといいって話はよく聞くけどね。ブリはね、結局2年3年と暴れて最後の最後まで息続いたからな。まあ DPS は逆に言うとそれぐらい層が厚いってことだよな。なんか1個ヒーロー使えなくなったとしても代替があるから、ブリギってもなんか近いに似たようなそのコンセプトのヒーローがいたら多分まあ使われなかった気はするけどね、1の最後の方とか。似たようなスキルセットとか似たようなコンセプトというか、サポートがもう一人いたらそっちに移り変わってた気はする。まあサポーター全般どのヒーローにもいるけどね。さあ高台しっかり制圧してってペップスポイントを取っていく。おお、やっぱリーグ 定期的にやっぱラッシュ構成とか出てきて、そのトレーサーが使われないメタって出てくるけど、それでもやっぱもうなんかマストヒーローだからな。トレーサートレーサーに弱いって相当なマイナス点なんだよな。だからヒーローを選択する上でトレーサーに勝てるか否かという視点。もう無理。まあいいんじゃない、一回壊れても。ハイブリッド怒られるやつだ。じゃあトレーサー消すか。でもトレーサー一回消えたからな。単発ダメージ5になって、単発ダメージ5になって軽く出なさすぎて消えたからな、一瞬。さすがに修正されたけど弱すぎっつって。好きね。おお、うわー、いいライブだ。バランスパッチ、なんか何がバランスいい悪いはある程度その共通認識かと思うけど、どっちが面白いかは人によるよね。やっぱ俺もね、今みたいな群雄割拠メタよりはね、割とそのもうこれしかやるのがねメタの方が割と好きなんだよな。あれはあれで楽しいんだよな。その競技的にやる分にはね、考えることが一つ減るからありがたい。ってのはある。アイプリルフルパッチ面白いらしいね。俺全然やってないからさ今。おー、チョッパー。でも去年の全マップ JQ ラッシュ面白かったです。まあ、あそこまではな。JQ ラッシュぐらい極端。まあでもやる分にはおもろいんよあれ。見る分にはつまらんけど見る分にはつまらんんだよな。それは同意するわ。やる分にはおもろいよあれ。ちなみにやる分にはおもろいよ結構。ブリギッテはクソつまらんっつってたけどブリギッテはクソつまらんかったらしいけど。Right? So Team Peps, their entire win condition is that they go into the point as fast as possible, they drop the blizzard, they bait the flip, and Wisp can do absolutely nothing about it because then they're putting themselves. そう、シーズン1はね、サポが面白くないっていう弊害がね、あったからね。だから俺はもうずっと JQ ブリルしてブリ何すんの？ブリはビップ当てて回復回したりとか、その自分自身がおとりになるデコイです。デコイになる。そのギリギリのラインでしっかりそのビップとそのフレイルで火力出しながらヒール回して、やばくなったらきっちりそのバッシュを使って逃げ切ってその相手を釣り出すっていう仕事。やる分には面白い。リーガイやっぱりそうなんだよな。そう、ブリはクソつまんないブリはクソつまらんっつってたね。ナノキャスディ。おお強っ。まあ今だったらキリコになるんじゃない？ 多分ジャンカークイーンラッシュはさすがに多分キリコになると思うけどな。ジャンカークイーンラッシュ、キリコがいる環境でジャンカークイーンラッシュが流行る未来はあまり想像できないけどな。鈴が強すぎて。テレポート死ぬしね、キリコだと。なんかそれだったらまだワンチャンブリギッテの方が強かったりとか、バティの方が強かったりする世界線はあるかもしれん。多分キリコだけど、なんかキリコじゃなくてもいいには割と起こりえそうだよな。さあお互いビートを切って集団戦。おお、ゼリオンが落ちた。そう、バディその時うんこだったからね。いやでも多分バティその時多少強かったとしても多分メタには入んなかった気がするな。多分ブリだったよ。ブリ、なんでブリ選ばれてたかっていうと、あとはその時その現実ソジョンだったけど、現実との相性もめちゃくちゃ良かったから、離れて動いてそのタンクっぽいことをする源氏に対して安定的にヒール供給できるっていうのが一つ大きな強みだったからね、ブリギッテは。なんかブリギッテとかゼニやったみたいな、そのポケットなんか何かのついでにその小物系のフランカーをヒールできるポケットヒーロー出てきてほしいな。さあナノブースト。あー、クアンドップ阻害食らったのが嫌だったな。エイビーク強くね、さっきからめちゃくちゃ活躍してるな。
and stagger. Calyx is so close to Sign Barrier. Naga could potentially come in with a pulse bomb. Hybrid can immediately zone you away from
さっきからエイビークでいいのかな。
because they have the means already built up. They have the
まあいいや、エイビークって呼んどこう。
Those are two ultimates that they can stagger team peps from being
めちゃくちゃパフォーマンス高くね。あー、パルス本当に惜しいけど。パルス、ここははず、ああ、じゃあ当たったー。ナガがやられ、ナガが活躍してペップス後がない。さあ取り切った。ただビート切っちゃったのが響きそうだなこれ。towards just stepping into the pulse bomb because either you step into the pulse bomb and die or you stay towards the tracer and you get one clip. It's a really tough position for an Ana to be in when you don't have things like the nade and the sleep dart to be able to defend yourself. Wisp, however, are in final fight territory, but Peps in control of this point are also careening towards final fight territory. Hyper's gonna have a Deadeye Condor coming in towards that primal. They're going to have stall. They're going to have stagger. あー、まあ起こしたけどだいぶ削れてる。おお、ああ、これはペップス。まずはウィスプ。ウィスプもしかして強いか。下克上する。下馬評的にはペップスの方が強いはずなんだけど。Because, like we said, Crandop is universally known for his Winston. He got picked up by EXO all the way back in December for Run It Back series in contenders because of his Winston. Because KSA, no matter how good a tank player he is, he has never really been a Winston player or a Reinhardt player. That was where Crandop was coming in for this team to be able to sort of iron out some of those absences of tank players that KSA was able to bring to the table.
And from here, it's probably just going to be Winston versus Winston, mirror for mirror, Anna for Anna, because these Annas today are on absolute fire.
They are disgusting, and we're going from map to map, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the short break for that map number 2 between Team Wisp and Team Peps.
寒っ。穴差あるね。次のキャラはドロイドで自然を重んじる女の子。微妙にやりそうな、微妙にブリザードが出しそうなクオリティなの。微妙にブリザードが出してきそうなクオリティなの面白いな。出してきそう、ブリザードめちゃくちゃその辺、そのぐらいのやつ。よかったらジャングルでファームしてこい。ドルイド一応オーバーウォッチは SF だからな。一応オーバーウォッチは SF なんでな。その露骨なファンタジーキャラはどうだろうな。
Skin of Junkrat with the googly eyes. Next map, we're going to Blizzard World and
Bastion Droid sets.
Moxie Wisp, you know, really tough victory there between them and Team Peps. Team Peps really brought it to them.
とりあえずあれかな、なんかスキルでスキルヘイストをするキャラクター、スキル CD を何%縮めるとかそういうキャラクターいても面白そうだけど、なんかぶっ壊れそうなんだよな。
I think they do. I think they absolutely do. Because like we've seen the kind of Ana
さ
that
すがに強すぎか。
Right, he's just gonna hide around these corners. He's going to anti you. He's going to sleep you.
スキルでスキルヘイストするキャラいたら多分まあマストヒーローになっちゃうんだろうな。
Relying on creating that space to be able to work off in terms of that frontline brawl and bullying the Winston out before the dive can even get into motion. That's all removed, which is why we're seeing Team Paps here forgo the Reinhardt entirely and field the Winston instead.
シャーマンやドルイドは出てきるのも良さそう。シャーマンはでも一応キリコがシャーマン要素じゃない、まあ、シャーマンっていうかミコだけどジャパニーズシャーマンだからな。そうなんだよね。スキル系、ウルト系を加速するっていうのはなんか味方に何かを憑依させる方式のサポーターでも確かに面白そうだけど、でも結局あれなんだよな、キリコがそういうコンセプトなんだよな。ちなみに多分スキルヘイストが出たら多分一生タンクにかけとくと強いよ。基本的に一生タンクにつけとくのが多分ド安定。まあスキル強いヒーローを使ってる味方にひたすら打っとくのが多分まあマストなんだろうなとは思う。そうゴリラにかけ続けるのは多分やばいね。ジャンプバリアが多分2個置きとかできるのは本当2個目速攻に置けるとか相当バグだから。さあウィスプあっさり取り切ったね。人魚ね、まあ、でも確かに水を操るコンセプトはねオーバーウォッチいないからね現状。いないよな。いないね。知らんけど絶対ロールにいそう。まあ、人魚じゃなくても何かしらその消防士とかでもいいからなんかなんか水流を操るとかなんか放水して相手を押しのけるとかなんかそういうキャラはいても面白いかもね。いやー、ジェイカルが倒されて、ここはペップスペースか。いや、ハイブリッドがやられて、いや、まだ全然ウィスプ進めるぞ、これ。さあペップス、まあしっかりここで、いやー鬼門に鬼門で止まったぞ。現代オーバーウォッチ最大の鬼門、ブリザード第2ゴール前。さあアナウィンスだけで右進行してる。さっき言ってた2つ以上のポジション一気に取ったら強いよねを実行するか。そうなんですよ、ここの車線が強すぎるんだよな防衛。いやビートで、いやでも引けるんですわ引けるんですわ防衛側全然余裕で。あほらこういう形さっき言ってた形になったでしょこれ。この形作られるんですよ建物側展開だと。パルス倒せない。クラウンドップ倒しきって、ただキルはいやウィスプだ。おー突破したか。C9
definition of what exactly a C9 is, but absolutely.
防衛再展開できるの正国ね。まあ基本防衛有利なゲームなんでね。まあ、久々に見たらここ突破してんの。久々に見たら突破した。ここ取っただけで安心感あるのだいぶ。これレート差200あるってことですか。全体のあれが分かんないから。レート差200あるってのはあっちね、クレトさんが言ってたその右側のその展開でそのリスポン側を回るって話ね。あそこと今のポジション突破するのは、まあ、全然そのなんつうの、噛み合えばあるよ。噛み合えばあるけど、まあ、噛み合わせるのが難しいっていう話だから、別にこれは、ね、そこまであれじゃないと思う。突破できたのは多分ペップス側がそのクランドップがそのバック側に入って寝かされてたんで、その時間でその前で正面タンク差できたんで、それかな多分別にクランドップはそんな後ろその穴の眠らされるリスクを負っても多分裏行かなくてよかったんじゃねえかなって気がするけど、まあ、それかしっかりその穴のスリープ対策しとくか。眠らされたのが全てだったかな。そうキルする前に眠らされちゃってたから、そこで実質的な人数差できちゃってたね。そのせいかな主に。
Because we both know, we both are support players, like you said, Dustin. We know the pain of sleeping a target that's about to hit into a primal and then someone wakes him up too early. Sometimes you have the excuse of like, oh, well, we have a Moira on our team and she was already right-clicking, or we have a Zarya and they were already beaming. Peps don't have that excuse.
まあそのめちゃくちゃきついってだけで、めちゃくちゃきついってだけで一番可能性が高い方法だとは思うよ正直。さっきのそのウィスプ側の展開というか、その普通にその下建物側の展開はね、めちゃめちゃきついってだけで、めちゃめちゃきついけど、その一番可能性はある正直。現状ブリザードワールドを攻略する上でっていう、そういうお話ね。そう現状のオーバーウォッチリーグで流行ってるやり方、建物側から展開するやり方は一番可能性は高いし、まあ、ウィスプはその単純に建物側からだけ顔出すんじゃなくて、突破可能性何%？いや、それは分からん。ウィスプはね、たださっきの単純にその建物の下側から突破するとかいうよりか、そのなんだ、高台の方から階段からその穴出したりとか、一回引いて上から再展開したりとか、そのルシオキャスディでその高台の方のコントロール取ろうとしてたりとか、結構いろいろ工夫してたから、リプレイコードあったらな見たいなっていうぐらいには綺麗な戦いがあった。この構成がメタ、いや、そんなことはないかな。単純にこの、まあその一番母数は多いけど、母数が多い構成ではあるけど、なんかこれ一強って感じではないね。全然そのボールとか出てきて、ボールトレソンとかも出るし、トレソンウィンストンもやるし、ラマットラとかラインハルトのラッシュもあるし、今結構いろんな構成が出るんで、マップとか、まあ、自分たちの得意で使い分けるっていう、あとはその相手の構成とかね、使い分けるのが今主流ですね。メタって言われるようなメタはないかな正直今。
I wonder how much of Peps is not really being able to pull off those rotations quick enough to keep Zoran alive is impacted by the fact that they were planning on running into this tournament as a Reinhardt Brawl team.
Right.
Because it does feel like they're looking for the rotations that you would look with a Rein Shield as opposed to a Winston to peel for your Ana. Speaking about peels, Aaron's gonna need some peel right about now. Anti-nade connects right onto him and he doesn't go down, which is an absolute miracle for Peps because it does mean that they can continue to hold this position and now look to dive onto Wisp.
Nanoing.
Nano onto the back line. The peel is there. Pulse bomb comes out from Naga, connects onto Chopper, but Rocket trades back Rondop. However, all of this damage from Dakaro is just too
さあ
much
長が
to deal with.
1
They're all
本
far too low.
取ったけど
And they're gonna fall here. Hybrid takes
体勢は変わらず
from his own grenade. 2 minutes left now for Team Peps on their tech.
Again, it's just the backline getting caught a little bit separated away. Hybrid is playing all the way on this side, looking to set up an angle for that Deadeye. Zerion thinks that having that access of health back is going to be more than enough to keep him alive for the Cassie to be able to peel back. But the Nano onto Jakaro just seals the Ana's demise. And we're even now seeing that Peps are just struggling to be able to make these rotations. Zerion does have that Nano boost built up. It can go on either to Crandop to be able to isolate his health bar when he looks for that dive. I would rather see it go into Hybrid so that he can try and use this Deadeye to zone Wisp even further away, but there's the zoning potential. It is the Winston. This to board Crandop to primal up a little bit faster. As it's actually going to be a sleep down onto Calyx, which means he can't sign Barry to save himself.
Oh my god, what a sleep and follow-up damage from Rocket. I mean, Wisp are just dismantling Peps. They do get a tick, however, Peps, but I guess, you know, a little bit of a bright side for them. They only used that nano in that fight, Moxie.
Even bigger of a bright side, Calyx got slap darted before he tried to hit.
いやきついねペップスだいぶしばかれてる
He just got slapped and then immediately just evaporated by Wisp before he had the chance to use the ultimate. So Peps will still have that one in play, and they're gonna need it. 50 seconds left. They do not have enough time to wrangle together another coordinated dive. This has to be the moment
しっかり
that
耐
they
え
find
て
that value. Pulse bomb comes on to Chopper, chunking down the Cass's health.
さあドロビでカウンター
Able to push forward aggressively with that Deadeye, but he's
う
still alive.
ーどうだエイビーク落ちて1負け状況ウィスプうんこれはさすがに取ったかペップスデッドアイしっかりいなせたのはデッドアイいなしてドロビカウンターまで用意できたのがめちゃくちゃでかかったね
I mean, cycle through what, 30 seconds, and Team Peps are going to have less time to try and finish this map out than with what Wisp were able to be left with when they fully push through. This is a really tough spot, but Peps just if they have to go through another round of overtime. Everett does have that Deadeye, however, he does have that snowball potential, but Wisp are just not allowing him access to the high ground to be able to set it into motion. Rocket comes in with the pulse bomb, connects it onto the Ana, knows that Soundbar isn't going to be there to save them, and as a result, Peps have just lost the access of the space to the ultimate that could have immediately broken them through that
いやすげえ前守りだ これめちゃくちゃ時間かかるやつですねうわいいそかいあーこれははいあースリープが救ったただプライマルレイジまで切って倒し切って危な
This is what they wanted to. They wanted to bait out that high noon because Team Peps, they're all stuffed up in these side rooms. They're not really getting isolated fights against the members of Wisps, so they're not getting poke phase. They're not building up ultimates. Siren does have that nano boost, but it's all they've really got to be able to work with in this next fight, and is going to have to go on to Crandop if it wants to actually dive in and eject Wisp from this high ground. Otherwise, Team Peps is not getting through the choke again.
ここはさすがに突破だけど残り1分
Yeah, I mean, you've already dwindled Team Peps time. They had what, 2 minutes and 40 seconds when they actually got that payload moving,
残り
and now
1
they're
分
almost down to a minute. Wisp are going to have another 2 fights at least with how quick and mobile this composition is playing from. Naga, by the way, doing such a good job of just going for that backline and pushing onto a beak, but the nano is already built up, it's already onto Jkaru, and again, Wisp just push back onto the payload. Team Peps do not get the opportunity to set into motion the dive first, and as a result, the dive falters.
It keeps happening for free almost versus Team Peps. They're just letting a member die. Pulse bomb comes out into Jkaru though, so Naga actually turning the tides of this fight when it looked so bad for them. But Rocket, Pulse bomb coming to the back line, lands it! That's a high score for him on to Zerion, and that's just gonna reset Team Peps no more and in this fight. 16 seconds left. They're gonna have to
攻撃側が同じことでもできるの。いや、攻撃側はね、高台取ってもね、防衛側はその安全に高台に登る手段が多いし、その連携取りながら高台にアクセスできるからね、そのリスポンの位置とか、その地形の関係で。だから攻撃側が高台取っても、そのしっかりそのホールドまで行ってないと、ホールドしきってないと結構厳しい。防衛側はその取り返そうと思ったら全然取り返せるね、攻撃側に比べれば。あと攻撃側は絶対にその高台維持だけしてればいいわけじゃなくて、ポイントに触んなきゃいけないから、絶対1人は。防衛側は別にポイントに触んなくてもいいからね、ボールされない限りは。だからその高台維持に全力を注げる防衛側と、まあその、なんかペップス取ったな。と、その、まあ1枚は絶対その、ペイロードを動かすことに専念しなきゃいけない攻撃側で、まあアンバランスになるんで、高台以上は正直攻撃側の方が難しいね。なんかめっちゃ絶望的な状況だと思ったのにペップス取るんか。
They do have ultimates, however, they do have snowball potential. They've got the nano boost, so Zoran doesn't have to put himself into too aggressive positions where he might be taken down early. Naga already has the pulse bomb. Whisper going to be very much vigilant of that, as you can see him just coming in, putting that little bit of pressure onto Wisp so they don't get to sit on that high ground and make sure that Chopper has that space to find the first pick. Instead, now Team Peps are the ones in control. They make that dive, they take the initiation, they take the space because of it.
Yeah, nice sleep does keep the rest of their team alive, but nice engage from Team Peps. However, you know, he's going to keep onto that nano boost, ready to go in towards this fight. We've seen these nanos just immediately find impact after landing on these Winstons. There's that nano blind dive, goes aggressive, but actually no value this time. Team Peps, fantastic disengage, but this means there's going to be no time left on the clock for them. Peps are building up some ultimates. Now 20 seconds left. Push towards that high ground. Pulse bomb from Rocket. Is it going to land again? Nope. Nice job by Zeron to avoid that pulse bomb. Rocket has to get out of there with this life. Gonna get that health pack, but Hybrid is aware of that tracer. Now, on to this.
さあ、ウルト状況的にはペップスがかなり有利だけど、ウィスプ相当きついな、これ。けど、だがオーバータイム。お互い。わかんないぞ。クランドップ落ちてるとわからん。いやけど3対4か。ナノ。まあでもオーバータイムなんでウィスプが一方的に攻めれるんで、ペップスはこれ引き分けに持ち込まないと負け。なかなか厳しい条件ですね。
just goes to an entirely different reward and Wisp walk away with the full map win.
2分あれば雑にやっても2回作れるし、1回
So now we go to the absolute worst state for a dive composition to be in.
一つの当たりはめちゃくちゃ丁寧に作れるからね、こんだけ時間あれば。
Don't get to go proactive. Don't get to give up that space because they cannot risk the fact that Wisp could just send Rocket onto that point, swipe one tick, and walk away the victor in this series.
Guys in chat, make sure to get your C9s ready because I'm sure we might see one today. Although, you know, it's always those weird situations where you expect a C9, they just don't happen. You know, right? They just don't happen a lot of times. But Team Peps, Moxie, what do you think? They're sticking with the same comp instead of maybe swapping to a more counter dive composition.
I mean, I'm just concerned because Wisp, like, they have 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Chopper was teasing the Widow, swaps back to the Casty, but reality is, if he rolls out on that Widow just for an initial grappling hook shot and finds one of these members of Peps, they don't make it back in time. They're gonna have to swap if it's a squishy support.
さあ、ウィスプこれで取り切れるかどうか。
Speaking of TPs, there's Wisp using a Symmetra TP to save time that they really don't actually need to save. They have so long to be able to pick up just one ticket. That anti-nade from a beak immediately pushes Peps off of the high ground yet again. They have to backtrack straight to point.
Yeah, it does give Zurion small charge, however, on the opposite side. So at the same time, Wisp use that advantage to just push all the way towards this point. Naga is the only one to touch. The ticks start ticking, and now at the same time, Peps go for that aggressive engage. Look for the anti-grenade. It lands on the Grape. Does it find anybody else? It doesn't look like it. Naga in that 1v1 of the point with Rocket. Rocket still has that recall, and Wisp just want to keep putting this pressure pressure on towards this point. No ultimates just yet. A beat building that nano. So is Zerion. Dive comes through from Krondop. Bubble committed. No bubble for Jakaru just yet. Nano now available. Probably going to go onto this Cassidy towards this point. No, is he looking towards that Winston? Yes, it looks like it. Throw over the top side. Hybrid is pumping
Sa
up. Now comes the nano, but the anti-grenade from
ナノウィンストンここはいなしているハペプス。
Jakaru, and that's already one fight down, potentially now for Wisps. They have a minute left, Moxie. Team Peps, could they do this?
That was the toughest fight as well for Peps. That was when they weren't coming with ultimates, when they weren't coming with that superior high ground control to try and
どう
pick
だ
out
チョ
a member
ッ
of
パーが
Wisp.
全
When
然
they're
ウルトラめれてないのがちょっと
towards
きつい
that
か
point,
これ
they've got the Deadeye, they've got the Pulse Bomb that can buy themselves the time to build up the stall with the Primal, with the Sound Barrier. Wisp, if they want to take this point, have to do it in this next fight before those ultimates for Peps comes online.
Pulse bomb does not connect for Rocket. Naga over the top side looking for his, but it's in fact
あー J からが落ちて
Jakaru.
ウルト使えずかネクストにかける感じだなこれ
Been trying to get on their fight, but Peps aren't letting them. They're getting that pressure towards this backline. They do get him out of there. 28 seconds left, so they do live. And they're gonna have Jakaru for this next fight.
Peps have all of their ultimates as well, borrowing that nano boost. And if Wisp don't manage to pick up this point, we go to another map because it's a draw between both of these teams. Jakaru does have that primal, does fall extremely low to poke phase from Peps, who initiate with dive first. Wisp are displaced, they don't have the time to set Chopper up into a motion for that Deadeye because Krondop comes off the primal.
ああいい阻害いやこれクランドップ倒せれば さあお互いビート あーこれあーでもクランドップ落ちたこれウィスプペースあーこのパラスモンこれは当たらないけどうわーウィスプ勝ち切った下克上ですね
So close. Peps are almost able to pull out what should have been impossible when you look at the two different time banks for both of those teams. But unfortunately, Krondop goes down first. And that is the player that you don't want to go down when you're in an overtime situation. Tracer, yeah, if you lose the Tracer, you lose the ability to be able to just blink and keep recalling onto that point and keep it into motion. But the Winston is the thing that's stopping Wisp from uniting under one front and pushing onto your backline. And the second that Krondop goes down, we see that just switch in the motions of the Tracer. Rocket goes straight for the backline with that pulse, pushes the Anra away from being able to have that vision onto the team, and as a result, all of the composure that Peps have, all of that
コンテンダーからリーグに上がる条件よく分かってないんですがこのプラマでいい成績残したらって感じなんですかいえコンテンダーからリーグに上がることはできないですコンテンダーからリーグに上がることはできないですねオーバーウォッチリーグのそのリーグのチームはなんつうのかなそのフランチャイズというか、まあ、その権利を買ってるんでその出場するだからそのチームに所属するしかないので、まあ、コンテンダーズで結果を残したチームのメンツの中からそのリーグチームからその勧誘があってそこでその個人がそのリーグチームに所属してっていう感じなのでなのでその結果を残したチームがまるっとそのリーグチームと入れ替わるってことはないっすね基本的にはそのリーグで戦ってるチームからそのスカウトが来たりとか、まあ、トライアウトを受けてって感じでリーグに加入していきますね選手は そうそう、まあ各選手のパフォーマンス、まあそうだね。お、こいつええやんけって言ったのがそのリーグに引き抜かれていく方式だね。入れ替え戦とかはないっす。まあだからまあ野球のメジャーリーグと同じシステムかな、システム的には。そのメジャーリーグって一番上がメジャーリーグってのがあって、その下の下位リーグがトリプル A とかダブル A とかってあるんですけど、あれはまあそのメジャーリーグのチームの参加のチームとかでその2部リーグとかが形成されてて、まあ、そこで結果出すとそのメジャーリーグに行けるっていう、その個人がね引き抜かれてその個人がその、まあ、上に上がっていくっていうシステムなんだけど、まあ、そういう話っすね。とはいっても俺も野球あんま詳しくないんで合ってるかは知らん。まあ合ってるかっていうか、まあ多分大体合ってる。今日マジでコンテンダーズ勝ってぐらいコンテンダーズチームの戦いだな。ほぼコンテンダーズなんだよな。6試合やって、だってリーグチームそのうち3試合4試合しか出なくて、5チーム分しか出ないもんな。12チーム分のうちの。
Oh man, I want to have goggly eyes.
I just love those
Can we
googly
have
eyes.
goggly eyes, please? I need goggly eyes. That's just, it takes very little to like brighten my day. Goggly
Yeah.
eyes 100% do that. Is it goggly eyes or googly eyes?
I think it's googly, is
Googly.
it? Googly?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna correct you, but you know,
I appreciate
but
that.
then you said it so many times that it kind of
You're
felt
like,
like we needed to
"Ugh."
address it.
Like, I'm learning, all right?
Who cares? Same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Guys, definitely.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Let's discuss the match we just got to see. It was our contenders clash, and we did expect a compositional, not mismatch, but at least a clash. And honestly, I was a little surprised heading into that series, and as the series progressed, to see the Euro Team Peps actually taking that Winston dive mirror. I kind of expected to see more Reinhardt out of them, or anything but that.
It was an interesting look by Team Peps. Obviously, we've seen them moving towards a lot of this Reinhardt or Ramatra style, but after the first round or two, they just sort of felt like they needed to match on
次レッドバード、試合延期になったレッドバードだね。どうなるかな。
really find their element and sort of take over this game. Obviously, this wasn't a blowout by any means. Overtime on Blizzard World, and obviously this one went to round 3 on Nepal. So very back and forth series, but at the end of the day, Team Peps getting that win on the back of a really solid performance by Chopper. He continually impresses me so far in this pro-am.
So I do have to agree too. Of course, like Rocket had so much impact on this match, and of course that is why he got the play of the match. But Chopper has been an impressive DPS as well, and there's so many other players like Abik as well. Like on that Ana had so much impact on this match too. So just overall, in general, I think Wisp had a fantastic match.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about Abika just a little bit more because I saw some cheeky plays for him as the out of this. I think everyone's tried this at one point of like, shh, everyone be quiet. I'm gonna hide in the corner. So this is him going down, and he goes down to Kran. He's like, well, I'll show you, Kran drop, and ends up hiding in this corner as the Ana. Doesn't do this once, but actually does this multiple times. So you know, a bit of prop hunt action and sort of a fool me once kind of back and forth with Krondorf.
The twice I would have understood, but the thrice was like one too many to me.
that was the third one right there, and they definitely lost because of Beak did that. So you know, maybe a little bit overzealous.
I mean, hey, if it doesn't work
look
once,
like
you gotta at least try. You gotta try it at least one more time, right?
Yeah, 3
いや
times.
しかしエイビークめちゃくちゃパフォーマンス高かったな。あ今ハイライトにもなってるけど、
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So
このめちゃくちゃ攻撃的な
good,
アナすごいよな。
Overall, I think Rocket and the entirety of Team Wisp just look very comfortable when they're able to play this style. They've struggled so far in the prime just
俺は
because
好きな
of
アナだ
how
な。
aggressive some of these
こういうアナ。
Overwatch League teams and how mechanically better they can be. So I feel like this was really them sort of coming into their own a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just love having those kind of regional clashes there as well. I think it's fantastic for us to not just see those those amateur teams, the tier 2 teams, sorry, the contenders teams, seeing them clash against the OWL teams, but also seeing different contenders region going up against each other. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because
go ahead.
there you go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because
そうだね。
usually there's very different styles.
キャリーとトロールの紙一重。
Both of these regions, you know, I said it in the pre-show heading into that match. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of this Echo Farah stuff from Naga on Team Peps. It's something that sort of
あ、そういえばついに
position to begin with, but
ちょっと PC が新しくなりそうです。
practice leading up to this tournament, not feeling comfortable in it. But I feel like that's just sort of lost a lot of things from them.
そうこの前 PC 新しくしようと思ってんだよねの話してて決めました。 PC 新しい PC 決めたんで、そのうちあと2週間ぐらいかな。ちょっと長い、納品長いから、納品まで長いからまだあれだけど。
So I think that was what I was wishing, but I mean, they did that. Peps did that today. They weren't sticking with just the brawl, so it was a better look for Team Peps as well. I do feel it.
Yeah, I do want to jump in here and talk about Team Wisp as well, because this is the team that like just narrowly scraped into the prime, but honestly one of the teams from the contenders regions that has impressed me the most. And you know, Rocket, we've highlighted him as a player so much throughout this tournament. So I want to bring up a stat card here.
グラボ4000番台ね。最初全然グラボ4000番台考えてなかったけど、グラボ4000番台いったね。ちなみに行きましたね、グラボ4000番台は。
Tracer is such a strong hero, and being specialized in that character can just show how far you can go, even at the pro Overwatch League amateur level.
Also, I have to mention here, if you're looking at the stat card,
いや、
that
あの
this
ね、
might be the happiest
Yeah, I was gonna say that
フロンティアっていうサイト、フロンティアっていうその PC ショップがね、めちゃくちゃ安くて、
He loves it. He loves
最初どうせさ、まあある種仕事で使う PC だからさ、仕事としてやる PC だから、まあそれなりにいいのは買おうと思ってたんだよ。そもそもね。ただまあただその値段的に、まあ、3070ぐらいあればいいかなと思って探してたんだけど、高くても3070ぐらいかなと思って探してたら、そのフロンティアっていう PC ショップで探したらいや BTO だね。さすがに自作はね、そこまであれじゃないから。フロンティアっていう BTO ショップで買だったら、その税込み30万、税込み27万ぐらいで、税込みでね、予算的になんか一世代上のやつ、今まで使った PC を視聴者プレゼントですか。いやちょっとね、視聴者プレゼントはね無理だね。オンボロすぎるからプレゼントにならん。6年前の PC だもん。 3070ぐらいを買おうと思ってた予算でなんか4000。しかもね、グラボめちゃ弱だよ、俺の PC。
Another banger or so. We hope this is a first look we get on Redbird Esports. We didn't get to see them play yesterday, but today they are back in action, and we're gonna see them facing off against Twisted Minds, which was the first team we saw today. But first, let's talk Redbird Esports, guys.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually going to see this roster at all. So we haven't seen Redbird Esports.
CPU はね、ライゼン、その新しいやつは1万、Core i7 の 13700F。
who usually comes into play the off tanks, while Gig was coming in to play the main tanks when we saw them in the qualifiers. So this should lean towards them playing something more off tank focused, maybe Ramatra if they're feeling more confident in that. But on the other side, we got Twisted Mind Daddies, and we know what we're expecting to see with this lineup.
If you see Lab though, that means we're gonna see
13700F だと何個だっけ、20コアじゃないかな。
They are coming close, and that Pharaoh style has been working. I'm excited to see if this is gonna work against the team that they're facing off for this match.
Yeah, like we saw how easily Toronto Defiant dispatched it.
いや、もうずっと調べてたんよ俺、裏で去年末ぐらいからずっと調べてて、ある程度その目星と予算は決まってどれぐらいのが欲しくて予算はこれぐらいでっていうのが決まってたから、まあそのいつまでもさ、そのダラダラしてたくなかったから、どっかそのピンとくるものがあったら買おうと思ってたんで、まあ、一応結構いろいろ調べたよ。その辺は大丈夫よ。その辺はね、結構ちゃんと調べて、上で、これ今一番安いし。
Just like Rocket, just here for a good time.
I think this is gonna be a closer one. Like, I actually watched a couple of Redbird's esports games. Vision was very impressive, so I'm excited to see what he could do. But I had to go with Twisted Minds. Lab,
なんでほぼほぼベストじゃないかなと思ってるけどね。
I'm the same way. Twisted Minds. I was very confident in this team heading into this.
ごめん、16コアかな多分。13700。ごめん、16コアだわ。20はスレッドだ、24スレッド。まあちょっとややオーバースペックだけどね、本当は。まあでもどうせ多分長く使うことになるだろうからいいかと思って。やれること増えるのはいいことだしね。オーバーウォッチ以外の配信とかもできるし、これだったら。そう去年末ぐらいがさ、ダクソ配信とか実はさ、ちょっと挑戦してたけどさ、ダクソ配信やんなくなった理由の一つがさ、PC が重くなりすぎてさ、満足に、動くんだけど、画質悪いし、配信重いし、FPS 出ないしで、ちょっとね、あんまりいい環境じゃなくて、やんなくなったってのもあったから、なんか配信でこれからちょっとオーバーウォッチ以外のゲーム配信とかもしたいなって思った時に、ストレスなくできるなと思ったのもあって、その性能が高ければね。あとはまあなんか動画作りてえなって思った時用だね。ちょっと高めに設定したのは。いや配信、今後の配信はその新しい PC 来たら俺の配信は多分アバターが常に動き続けるよ。person on the desk for Redbird Esports. Maybe you get some support from our casters. Moxie, Dustin, who you got for this one?
Moxie, what do you think? Who do you got? Who do you got here? What's going? I mean, like, is it the brain or is it the bird? Who comes out on top in Twisted Minds? ちなみに今回購入した PC はここにあるやつだね。この URL のやつです。
like I said, these are both contenders teams, but they actually haven't interacted with each other inside the contenders.
これなんかあれかな、広告とかになるかな。ちょっとやめとくわ。URL 直接貼っとくのやめとくわ。まあフロンティアっていう PC ショップで買いましたっていうのだけ。それでその春の感謝セールっていうのをやってて、まあ、そこの1台を買ったって感じかな。これCoStreamでミラー配信だから下手なね、多分下手になんか他の広告つけるのダメなんだよね、多分。ちょっとあれだわ。多分 URL 判断ちょっと一線超えてる可能性があるからちょっとやめとくわ。レビューね、届いたらやろうと思うかな。でも多分でも俺めちゃくちゃ PC 詳しいわけではなかったから。インテルだよ、インテル。
I think Twisted Minds, if they can find that initial pressuring point with the Pharah and isolate those targets out from Redwood Esports' backline, given the fact that they did lose one of their sort of staying players. Laya got picked up obviously by Valiant, so Deco has had to come through and play the Lucio. We might see a little bit of wrinkle in terms of communication off of that.
さあ、レッドバード e スポーツ vs ツイセットマインズ。ツイセットマインズはまあ例のごとくファラ。まあ、レビューに関しては俺あんまり PC めちゃくちゃ詳しいわけではないから、なんかその満足のいくあれは出せるかわかんないけどね。Twisted Minds, they try to rotate towards that point. Redbird's just taking their time, allowing Visions to set up on this backline. But when you do that, that also gives Lambda that first. さあこれは起こせるかな、多分。しっかり起こしていく。
Twisted Minds that advantage, and they'll get that first fight win and the first fight cap.
そう FPS やるとね、オーバースペックなんだよね、この手のハイスペック PC って。おー、これはしっかり耐えてく。
The floodgates. Here comes the pharmacy.
Yeah, that damage already on the Vision Slay with the fall through onto Renko, and you know this is something we haven't talked about either. Redbird's Moxie, they haven't played against the
360フレーム。モニターの方が高くなるやつだな、それ。モニターがバカ高くなるやつだ。壊れる前兆とかありました。いや、まだ全然壊れそうな感じはしないけど、とはいえ6年も使ってるといつ壊れてもおかしくないからっていう感じだね。レッドバード結構ファラマ対策に寄せてる構成だけどうまくいってないね。バティスト D はキャスディ・ソンブラだから相当。いやでもトレーサーがいないのか。トレーサー必要そうだけどな。まあいいか。ツイセットマインズは結構前目で抑えて、まあ、ヒットスキャンに好き勝手させないようなポジション取りって感じだね。そう。ネットバード今のはうまくいったね。前詰めてきたマインズに対して KSA をしっかりフォーカスして、バックラインは、グレーテンかな。グレーテンで、あ、ごめん。これ全画面にしてなかったわ。グレーテンがしっかり裏で圧力かけてヒールさせないと。まあ、これができれば一番レッドバードとしては、まあ、狙い通りって感じかな。さあバーティウールとそう PC 壊れるとねマジで良くないから。特に俺はそのまあある種お仕事だから PC 使うのが だからPC 壊れて全く何もできません状態がさマジでやばいから、そうなってしまうと。だからちょっとなんか壊れかけだから買いましょうとかやらないようにしたいからね。改めて一回ホールドできると強いな、レッドバードの構成。ちょっと詰められないよね、マップの構造上。ファラが詰めてたとか言ってたら詰めてた。まあ、しかしこれにはしっかり EMP も構えてた。ただ EMP ギリギリで避けた LBB。 おお、速攻で起こしていく。いやー、今のファラマーシーの起こし蘇生あれだね、マーシーのバフの影響を感じるね。リザレクトするための魂が落下しなくなるやつの恩恵めちゃくちゃ受けてたね今。さあまずは、いやー、とはいえポイント中をしっかり制圧しきったのでレッドバードの勝ちって感じだね。
They couldn't, right? It was a hard position for Twisted Minds to actually get to re-engage with that Farrakhamp. We always talk about like the drawbacks of playing that Farrakhamp, but the recontests are always so hard. I mean, you called it out. It's just, it's always difficult for most Farah teams, but you wouldn't think for Twisted Minds they would struggle as much as they did.
Yeah, again, like I said, the big turning point in this entire match is Graffin just hacking KSA rather than like, he just immediately denies that mech call back as well. So for KSA, because he'd started to call the mech back in, he has to build that ult charge all the way back up, and that's something that Redbirds are not going to allow to happen again. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, also get dealt a really rough hand. They don't get Icebreaker to come up. Instead, we go to sub-level, which is called sub-level for a reason. We're underground, and that means that the Fire is going to have an even harder time.
ファラマがなんで出てないのかって言ったら、こういうガンメタされるとなかなかそのファラマ側の選択肢がないからって感じだよね。それでもこんだけガンメタされてもなおこんだけ暴れられるツイステッドマインドはすげえけど。それでしっかりだんだん追い込んでいくけど、最初に取ってるのはツイステッドマインズ。一度エリア取られると広げるのはねなかなか難しいんですよね、レッドバード。あー、これナノファラ、あー話してみててあんまり花がない。まあ正直、まあファラのやることは基本的にはまああれなんでね、なんつうかポークなんで、トレーサーみたいにその近距離ドンパチとか源氏みたいに近距離でそのどんどんキル奪っていくみたいな動きは基本的にしないからね。まあ、もちろんその上手いファラは一気にゼロ距離まで詰めてワンピック狙いとかっていうムーブもしたりはするけど、全体からするとまあ一部だからね本当に。やるシーンか。さあ LBB ビジョンを倒して、結構前目で構えるね。
This angle is so horrible for squishy DPSs because you put yourself into taking poke damage from the Pharah. And if you can't move fast enough from the poke when it comes on through, if you're waiting for your healers to respawn, you don't want to waste a lamp on a respawn save because you know you have to hold on to it when the barrage comes through.
おお、完璧。
And left through the window of Renko, so nice ultimate, nice follow-up through damage onto the side of Twisted Minds, who won't even use KSA's Diva Bomb, just gonna stagger at this point to 99 and try to recontest.
さあ99の0で取り返した。レッドバードとしてはまあさっきはそうだけど、まあホールドした状態からの方がまあ試合は進めやすいんで、ただ次ツイステッドマインズナノバレッジがあるから、これをしっかり守りきれるかどうかだね。
but Vision can just sit back with the Deadeye and wait for the Pharah to reveal themselves.
There's the high noon. Sleep Dart comes out to try to give Slay that extra follow through on LBD Barrage now with the
おおマジか。
find the kill. Yes, he gets Vision with a little bit
ビジョンが落ちると辛い。
Meanwhile, Moving Fish loses mech and the pulse bomb to follow up, and they flip the point back for Twisted Minds. Redbirds don't have a lot of pressure towards this point. It's looking like it's going to go to 1-1. We'll be going to a round number 3 unless Redbirds they don't actually manage to get the kill.
いやーこれはきついか。
Also,
さ、
Raptor
や
goes
ばす。
down two, so that's 2 supports out of the picture, and we're going to round number 3.
Redbird Esports hinged so much of their hopes in that last push on the Deadeye because KSA still has self-destruct. That's why we don't see the lamp come through from Renko. They sacrifice the Cassidy, hoping that if they save the lamp when the Diva Bomb drops onto that point, they can stall out long enough for Vision to come back out because the barrage has already come through from Twisted Minds. Doesn't play out like that, and we head to Icebreaker.
さあ
This is
砕
the
氷
map
戦ま
Redbird
で。
Esports wanted the least. This is the map on Antarctic Peninsula where Pharah is at its strongest, and Twisted Minds are very, very happy that they get to see this map pop up at all.
このマップね、ファラ動きやすそうであんまり動きやすくないんだよね。
But it seems like both teams playing similar compositions yet again. Rolling out his Twisted Minds towards
どうなるかどうか。
this high ground angle, whereas Redbird's Moxie, it looks like they're taking the coast.
They have to take the coast. Twisted Minds are going to have that entire rooftop over the point to play Labda, not just out of angles from Vision, but to be able to slide along that rooftop and conserve rocket fuel. The problem, however, is that Redbird Esports, by playing coast, put themselves at risk of being
うわー詰めてく。すげえ。
Even though avoiding that pressure originally, Yubi had that follow-up damage on the Tracer. Deco does get KSA on the opposite side, but he goes down to Lab.
おただ、いやーまあでもさすがに、まあツイステッドマインズか。今の詰める動きマジですごいな。
They prioritize that long off angle because they think that's where Vision is going to have the best sight onto Labda. And it is true. It is where you want to set your casting up if you're going up against a Pharah who's vying
砕氷戦の、選手側で粘られるときついから、じゃあそういう、さっさと詰めてそのヘリを使ってうまくかわそうって車線を切ろうっていう。
And Redbird Esports once again take the longer angle. A little bit of sacrifice in terms of time bank, but a lot of reward in terms of value if they're able to deal with the pharmacy.
There's the hack from Grathan onto point. KSA decides to go forward with UB with that
Whoa.
pulse bomb, but Labda is the one to get on Renko early, so that's a nice pick for Twisted Minds, and they can't. Moving Fish cannot deal with Labda in the sky, so Labda just gonna keep playing above the high ground, has that pocket, gets Vision.
なんかでもこれ見るとハイドロンがいかにえげつないキャスティだったのか
It's a double-edged sword.
解説しづらそう。いや解説しづらい正直。
You can try and deal with the Pharah, but it allows the Pharah to have more time to set those rockets up and look for a pick if your rotation isn't clean. And Moving Fish, because they're on the Diva, Defense Matrix has holes, it has downtime. And as a result, Twisted Minds, as long as they just keep applying and picking apart that little bit of pressure onto the backline, sooner rather than later, Labda's going to be able to walk away with a kill. And we're heading towards final fight territory.
EMP がある。
Grafton's just waiting.
まあ基本的にはまあレッドバードはそのハックをまあ D バかその回しに決めて、回しが低く飛んできたパラに決めて、そこからゲーム作っていきたいんだけど、いやーナノファラ対策だったけど、うわーこの空中蘇生も強え。3セット前に早め早めに詰めていくから、いやーうめえなーマジ。早め早めに詰めていくおかげでレッドバード全然火力出せないね、パラに対して。まあ、ツイステッドマインズもね、これ1本で戦ってきたチーム、まああるし、まあ1本ではないかもしれないけど、ほぼこれ1本で戦ってきただけはあるぐらいの連動はあるからね。やっぱちょっとハイドロンスピーデリーがおかしかったもん。ハイドロンもおかしかったけど、
sacrifice Guardian Angel to be able to sneakily res that
スピーディー
Pharah
が
and then wait
マ
the
ジ
3
で
seconds
こう
and
なんつう
boost
のか
back
な
into the sky.
一生一人で裏の
That's the
裏の
adaptation
穴
that we're seeing come
絡み
through from
続け
this
て
team. Now that they
抑え
know
込んで
that
たからね
Nutella has to use that Guardian Angel, they're going to be vulnerable, they're going to be a target. And immediately it allowed that pharmacy to stay up and alive a lot stronger because when the Pharah went down, it didn't sign the Mercy's death warrant.
Fantastic job from Nutella in the side of Twisted Minds, and we'll be going to that number 2, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back between Redbird Esports and Twisted Minds. We'll see who will get that victory. Will be Redbirds here, or is it going to be Twisted Minds to bring it to 1-1? See you in a bit.
ダフランアンランク2チームでいやね、パラに対する回答やっぱり一番現状綺麗だったのは、現状見えてるチームで綺麗だったのはやっぱメイヘムだよな。とんでもなかったわあれは。あれメイヘムんあ、トロントか。トロントだわ、ごめん、トロントだわ。ハイドロンがまだどうしてもちょっとメイヘムのイメージが抜けきれてないからダフランの闇落ち原因ここなのそれはそうキャラの調整とスマーフは別軸だから何の講義にもなってねえとは思うけど4K とかのレビュー待ってますね。いや 4K はねモニターを 4K 用にする必要があってさいや高えんだ4K のモニターが必要なんだ 4K は4K 出せるスペックだとは思うけど次の PC出たエイプリルフール特別ボイス
Welcome back to the Pro-Am, and we have this matchup between Redbirds and Twisted Minds, Moxie. It's been a fantastic series so far. Redbirds actually are the ones, or Twisted Minds are the ones to come out
4K テレビついでよ
on that map number 1 when they won in
強いよ
spots
な
where it was a bit
高いんよ
surprising,
な
but you know what is surprising as
4K
well?
かつ
A certain star player in Lambda who's
160ぐらい
gonna go off in that
FPS
gun.
が出るさフレームレート出せるモニターとかもうモニターがもう超高いんよなそう
Lambda has pulled off not one flatter deadlift, but two.
モニターが高すぎてな
Flatter deadlift of the day, coming in with a whopping 17 final blows. To
Whoa.
put that in perspective, UB, the tracer for the team, came in with 10. And KSA set at 3. Nutella obviously is a mercy player, unless
い
we
や
were
でも
looking at
セールしてても高いじゃん 4K モニター
Yeah, you're never gonna, you know, a lot of people say like streamers and stuff are always the best Pharahs, but actually, you know what's surprising too is he's getting subbed out. Moxie, he's getting subbed out for Quartz yet again. We've seen this in a previous map as well versus Houston. Now they're gonna do it again. Quartz coming in to play alongside UB instead of Lambda.
I mean, look, when you're hitting the weights and the gym for that amount of time in one single day, you gotta rest the wrists, Dustin. You gotta look after yourself. You're looking to put yourself up and be picked up into Overwatch League. You don't want to have to go out of the esports industry before that happens, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of teams are going to be looking at Lambda and to some extent Yezen as well in new light after some of the results that we've been seeing coming out from Twisted Mind, showing that Pharah composition might not be here to stay in Overwatch League, but it's definitely putting up a big fight.
Yeah, if you ever need your Pharah specialist, I mean, he's always readily available. And on King's Row, Moxie, I mean, they switched it up before. Twisted Minds opted to run Quartz on sometimes that Ashe and sometimes even the Sombra. Do you think they lock Quartz maybe towards that hit scan rule again? That
ファラ出さないから負けだいや
this pressure and
で
get
も
that
ファラ出して
I would expect so. I don't think we're
あで
going
も
to
そ
see Quartz playing
ま
out
あまあ
on
まあ
like
まあ
Pharah
まあ
or an
でも
Echo
さっき相手が
anytime
ね
soon.
相手がヒューストンだからな
Is what the tank
言うても
lineup is going to be. Right, Redwood Esports, they decided to take us to this map. They took us to King's Row. They obviously have a plan, and it's going to come in the form of moving fish rolling out on the Ramatra. But they're not going to be going up against a Pharah. It's going to be instead things like that zone to keep KSA in check, because Twisted Minds, when they've run King's Row in the past, they've ran KSA on Doomfist. He punches in, he creates the space, and then Quartz and UB get so much area to be able to play around.
あとそうだ 4K モニター買わなかった理由はですね基本的にでかいからですねモニターがモニターがでかくなっちゃうからですね 4K は
Alright, well, let's see if Twisted Minds can close it out here on Redbirds, where they are playing their launch like you mentioned. You know, just continually
そうツイセットマインズはブリザードワールドでも見せてたような感じかなラッシュ構成で攻略まあレッドバードもそうかハンゾー VS キャス D だと
Redbirds just kind of playing aggressive the entire time, but that allows Quartz to find these shots, and KSA with the follow-up damage on the pummel, that's already a better start than it was earlier for Quartz.
Yeah, if you think about it, Quartz on this Hanzo is sort of a bigger counter than anything for the Ramatra than it is for the Reinhardt. It's for the same reasons, right? Hanzo with things like the Storm Arrow just breaks through the shield.
ハンゾの方が中遠距離でのポークの試合に優れる分まあハンゾの方が有利っすねこの構成ミラーのハンゾキャス D は少ないチャンスものにするワンチャン力もあるしタンク溶かすのもねハンゾの方が得意なんでまあ防衛側でキャス D 出すのは多分あれですね攻め側がそのダイブ構成とかをやってきた時にまあハンゾよりかはまあややキャス D に分がある点々はあるね4K 映画はね憧れるけどね俺もゲームするにはできんだよな4K モニターじゃあ 4K モニターサブにするかっていうとなんか娯楽用のサブにするかって贅沢すぎるしさあここは KSA のアナイアレーションがぶっ刺さっていったいやしかもウルト最低限で取ったから次しっかりウルトが残ってるけどまあレッドバードがウルト5つ上がってくるんでレッドバードはちょっと多めに吐いてでもこのタイミングで1回止めたいかなって感じだねここ止めるとねだいぶそのキングスローは台に止めやすいので、まあ、一つ鬼門 まあなんかブリザードワールドほどではないけど、まあある種鬼門みたいなマップではあるんで、いやーしっかり詰めてバティストルト、完璧なタイミングだね。
to buy yourself the time to disengage from the app.
Yeah, the final blows from Renko are absolutely impactful for Redbirds. Only having to use both that Mei ultimate and his as well.
最低限で取り切ったね。メイウルトも使ってるけど、ただツイステッドマインズウルト1個も使わなかったのでトレードとしては美味しい。むしろなんならこのウェーブウルト5つ全部使える可能性がある。
It's just going to be about burning time out of
いやーレッドバードメイウルトがあれば話違ったけど、メイウルト使っちゃったからちょっと苦しい展開になりそう。
being a little bit more hesitant to actively engage because they don't want to lose one of their members to a one shot. Dragon Strike has been built up with both these
さあドラゴン
you don't have to aggressively
ルンナンしつつだけど凍ってるかこれ。
in immediately and then goes for the block.
さあ形勢クオーツでダブルキル。
And Twisted Minds as a result they're the ones in control.
泥火でディーコー What the fuck?
That is very much unfortunate. That is a very much mistake.
マジ
Esports side. We said that there might be a little bit of wrinkle in terms of
もったいな。
communicating, right? The fact that Deco was being brought into this composition so late that Lyra was picked up to the Valiant so late. It feels like it was one of those moments. It does unfortunately happen for these teams. They're not always perfect. Twisted Minds, however, are going to be feeling pretty
それはちょっ
the lack of
と
staying
その
power
泥火
because
マジ
Zero is
か。
one of his own. And an Ant Matrix from
これこのままウルトで押し切られそうだな。
any contest. Redbirds without that sustainability of the Sign Barrier, they can't afford to try and angle checker.
Red Express now goes aggressive to try to force Twisted Minds ults
これはやばいです。
around
これはやばいです。
corner, but it might be too late. The card's in a great spot.
あでもユービが落ちた。いやでもユービ落ちたけどアナイアレーションが
Still in a good spot, luckily.
泥火アナイアレーションで体力差がすごいことになって
Does Red Esports
突き進んでいく。
stall competition here, Moxie?
ルシオは落ち
Twisted Minds.
あユービは落ちてるけど、いやどうだこれ止められる。いやこれあれだね、ツイストマインズは一回その立て直しだね。ユービを拾ってそこからもう一回ゲーム作ろうとはしてる。ドラゴンはあるが、うお強っ、何それマジ。いやまだレッドバードチャンスはある。まあ、3分ここで止めるのはまあそんなに難しくない。ウルトもねここでいい周りが巡ってきてるんで、こっからうまくスノーボールしていけば全然チャンスはあるけど、いやーウルトに出すのうめえなツイステッドマインズ。さあウルトカウンターきっちり決めていく。孤立してしまったのは形勢、しっかり返していく。いやドラゴンでカウンター狙いだけど、いやツイステッドマインズちょっとここは美味しくないウルトレードになっちゃったね。
For Twisted Minds here right now, they don't have any ultimates. 2 minutes 15 seconds left. I mean, what's the win condition here now, Moxie, for Twisted Minds? Is it UB's Mei ultimate?
It's got to be the Mei ultimate, right? We know that Deco is a little bit
いや
away
ちょっ
from
と
that sound barrier.
これはレッドバード守りきる未来が見えてきたぞ。
Dragon Strike can be used to zone Twisted Minds away. So too can Moving Fish's Annihilation. Already we can see
さあただユービのメインウルトがある。おっ怖っ。おークォーツやり返す。しかもメイウルトアナイア連勝にカウンター。いやーユービ倒されてしまう。硬すぎ。いや倒しきれなかったか。いやバティストにどんどん突っ込んで。すげえ形勢耐え切ろうとしたけど耐えきれず。おお半蔵がお互いヘッドショットし合う。いやまだツイステッドマインズ戦う姿勢を見せていく。おお形勢が帰ってきて、いや指いつまにが取れそうだな。いやここでメイウルト。 あー、スレイが取られて、ここは一度仕切り直ししないといけない。さあ次ラストウェーブ。
They're not running into a blizzard though. This is the thing. Redbird Esports do not have that blizzard, and Twisted Minds do have a Dragon Strike. We're gonna see the Ana now come out from Twisted Minds.
スレイアナ、まあレッドバードがウルトないのを見越してビントスリープでどうにか勝負決めたいって感じかな。おお、クォーツでかすぎ、そのワンピック。うえー、やっばすぎビジョン。いや、これはさすがに苦しいか、ツイセットマインズ。お、クォーツが取ってまだわからん、もしかして。あー、でもこれは厳しいか、さすがに。いや、どうだ、これ形勢ウルト上がるぞ。あー、打てず。ダメ押しドラゴン。いや、第3入るまではめちゃくちゃウルトマネジメントとかウルト管理とかで上回ってスルスル進んでったけど、第3で1回止まった直後の当たり合いでウルトをちょっと無駄に入ってしまってから完全にペースが乱れたね。あそこから完全にレッドバードのペースになっちゃったから、ウルトの展開が。まあちょっともったいなかったね。
tough ultimate to be able to pull off, because if they're stuck inside it, your ultimate is going to go on longer, and Twisted Minds, as a result, don't want to walk into the blizzard and catch that ramp. They don't want to walk into the blizzard onto the backline, where Renko, who isn't in the blizzard, is set up in the back room with an ant matrix, healing the Ramatra.
これでまあレッドバードもかなりチャンスがある状況。いや、しかしあれだったな、ビジョンのヘッドショットすごかったな。ビジョンがゲーム変えてたな。これちゃんと狙ってるね。いやマジでちゃんと狙ってるのがすごいな。なんかパチンコじゃなくてちゃんと狙ってヘッショ入ってるのがすげえよマジで。
From UV did isolate moving fish.
さあ、
Vision is able to get into position, wall climb over their fence.
いやーここはおおビジョンわマジ
As we get an absolute gorgeous first person POV of Vision hand sorting quartz.
ビジョンの半蔵が大暴れしてる。
Twisted Minds in the situation because they found that early pick, which was surprising by the way because they were all so low. And Redbirds they've regrouped.
そう、半蔵はね、ダメージディールするだけなら、アングル取ってダメージディールするだけならね、誰にもできるんだけどね、ああいう勝ちにつながるプレイができるかどうかは本当にその人のエイムにかかってるから。いや、ビジョンのワンピックからつながったね。これは完全にやばすぎだな。そんなんヘッショなるのみたいなヘッショの仕方してる。お、ただ今回はクォーツがやり返してる。
the defending team all the way back towards the corner of Bookshop, and that allows Quartz to get into that position to just keep Vision in check, because if the Hanzo pops up and takes down one of these
さあビジョンドラゴンが上がってる。このごちゃごちゃのところにドラゴン刺されると相当辛いけど、この門の攻め方を教えてください。 右側のサイドのその通路があるんで、そこトレーサーとかのがいるダイブ構成とかだったらそっちからその挟み込む形を作る。ラッシュ構成対面だったら、うまくその壁とかを使っラッシュ構成対決だったらそのうまく壁を使ってその相手のメイン壁を防ぎながら、その一回その門を抜けちゃうって感じかな。あとはその相手のメイ壁の分断誘ってそのタンクはわざと分断されてメイ壁を割り直して割ってその合流して、でその後その返しでメイ壁分断してって感じのがおすすめかな、主なプランとしては。あとはウルトサーつけるっていうのも一つ手だけど、そのメイウルトは強い。ビジョンなんかビジョンなんか一生ワンピック取ってるな。
Moving Fish is the one player that a lot of Twisted Minds are very concerned about because of that annihilation, because of that sustainability. When you catch the Ramatra, even in Nemesis form in the Blizzard, it freezes them up, it denies them the damage reduction that the block should provide, and allow Twisted Minds to chunk the Ram down and remove the threat of annihilation. Remove, but only delay it. Annihilation is going to be coming out. KSA does have one of their own.
ウルトはレッドバード有利。いやー、これは防ぎきれないか、ツイステッドマインズ。ここまではいや、ただ、いや、レッドバード相当ウルトの周りがいいね。次ウルト4つ。対してツイセットマインズは4つ目上がるかな。上がんなそうだね。ただお互いビートとアナイアレーションなんで長い戦闘にはなりそう。うわー、溶けた。ただそのワンピックは大きいかも。こうなるとちょっとレッドバードはちょっと足止める必要があるけど、ただツイステッドマインズヌーテラが後ろビート打っちゃってるのが相当嫌だね、これ。相当嫌なウルト状況。さあビートカウンター KSA はいや、お互いアナイアレーション。ただキルが取れてるの、ただユービがウルト上がってた。
They wait a little bit too long to probably be able to engage into that fight. A lot of it is down to that poke damage, like you said, from Quartz, pushing Moving Fish's health bar down so low that it actually forces sound barrier. And that bought Twisted Minds the time to be able to
アナイアレーションでバックラインが崩壊した。
deny Moving Fish from getting the kill onto KSA mid annihilation. Now, however, there's the annihilation from Redbird Esports' side. In Twisted Minds, they didn't have a Blizzard, they didn't have a Dragon Strike, they didn't have annihilation.
ラマットなね、マジタンク同士の削り合いは平凡だけど、対サポートというか対小物性能はマジで高いからね。アナイアレーション含めても、含めなくても十分だけど。溶けやばすぎ、溶け方。いや、これはきついか、ツイステッドマインズ。いい子を落とすけど、かなりつらい。せめてアナイアレーションがあればって感じだけど、いや、分断されて、いやー、溶けた。レッドバード強かったね。特にビジョンのワンピックからペース握ってったね。あとその後半は特にそのレッドバード側の攻めはもう毎回そのバティストールとフル活用して KSA が即溶けしてたのがちょっと印象的だったね。トイレ行ってきます、今のうちに。And keep that payload contested. And from there, they know Lamp's gone, they know the Amp's gone, they can just move and categorically take down the members of Twisted Minds one by one by one. This is what we talked about when we said that Redbird Esports are a very scary team in the contender scene. They need one map
to sort of download your strategy, how you play, and immediately after that, map 2, it's where they come alive.
Yep, and they look so dang good versus Twisted Minds, and that's where we're going to the map 3. Maybe the momentum's in their side, so don't go anywhere. Short break, and we're back with that map number 3.
戻りました。
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to Coliseum next between Redbirds and Twisted Minds. Redbird Esports and Twisted Minds.
ハルトバスティオンもう見なくなった。なんか半蔵が出てきたことで、なんかバスティオンの一つの強みだった、まあ、最初のそのなんつうのかな、セントリーモードの火力で、まあそのリソースレースに打ち勝っていくっていうのがなかなか成立しづらくなっちゃって、逆にそのセントリーモードがない時に、まあ、レメシスフォームと まあ半蔵の電光石火とか合わせられるとちょっときついよねってなっちゃったのかな。ラマットラ・ラインハルトの組み合わせがかなりきついからそれもあるかも。
Teams going 2 minutes, 3 minutes without anyone actually dying because no one wanted to make the first move and be too aggressive and go down too early.
Yep, I mean, it's because it's tough. We've seen it before, you know, Outlaws earlier, where it's just like the team that tries to go first against them just continually gets punished. And at this first point, like you mentioned, it's just too hard to close that distance. But between both of these teams, I could see a little bit of mistakes happening potentially for Redbird Esports or Twisted Minds that enable a team to go first.
Ooh, this is something a little bit spicy. Quartz is coming out, not on the Cassidy, but on the Ash, and this I actually like because you are going to burn out cooldown.
さあお互いラマットラ。クォーツはアッシュ。まあこれはあれでも見せてたね。一つ前の試合でもヒューストン戦でも見せてた構成なんで。まあ固まってくる相手に対してダイナマイトが刺さるんで、まあ、そこで有利を取れるっていう構成ですね。
From Grafton towards that backline, it forces Slay's immortality field. Meanwhile, Pummel from Moving Fish was used as well. No kill just yet on either side. A lot of damage coming through on both teams, but either side is healthy. However, Visions picks up Quartz, who
is Vision.
Healed. And now Twisted Minds, they're in a bit of a pickle here versus Redbird Esports, who take control of that robot first and are the first ones to make the move.
Yeah, Redbird Esports, because they actually pushed Twisted Minds into not being able to allow them to only take one angle, you actually get to see that movement that they take when they start to just take initial control of Clive. Vision and Grafton get a lot more space to be able to freely move and look into the backline of Twisted Minds without just putting themselves right into the center of Quartz's crosshairs. That's the big difference maker. Redbird Esports don't have to play as scared as they
でもこのポジションのアッシュ強え。このポジションのアッシュ強え。
Nemesis does come through for Moving Fish. Dynamite does connect. There's the immortality field that Twisted Minds have been looking to bait out for so long. The problem is, Ant Matrix is there, but Redbird Esports, they're all inside the building.
Yeah, it's just super unfortunate for Moving Fish.
いやー。
They had to push that robot the entire time.
ここはでもツイス、いやビジョンマジそこで2キル持っていくのビジョンえぐ。
Redbird Esports, they had 5 ultimates versus Twisted Minds who used their amplification matrix in the previous one.
What I'm more concerned about is the difference in sound barrier charge. Nutella has 83%, Tico's already got theirs bull. Both Rams do have Annihilation, but only one team, Redbird Esports, have sustainability to be able to sit inside KSAs. Yubi's gonna have to sacrifice that Blizzard if they want to deal with this from Matcher ultimate.
ここはしっかりかわしきった。
To start things off, Deadeye through Ant Matrix, and Twisted Minds have to give up Blizzard control.
Yeah, beautiful disengage from Redbird Esports, but they do commit both ultimates, so it makes it even in terms of ult charge. Both of the Ramada.
レンコが落ちて、ここはもうツイストマイズ2度目のラッシュで取り切ってった。ビジョン負けウェーブでも的確にワンピック取っていくのえぐいな。プッシュの鉄則ですね。負けウェーブは負けウェーブでもうその積極的に負けウェーブだからこそ積極的にそのワンキル狙っていくっていう。これするとマジで押せなくなるんで、その勝った側がロボットを押せなくなるんでめちゃくちゃきついんですよねこれ。今のワンピックなかったら多分ツイステッドマインズ全力で押せてたんで、多分余裕でもっとギリギリだったと思うんですけど、レッドバード側が。ラッシュラッシュ。ああ、クォーツはレンコを倒す。ここで入れ替え。さあ逆にレッドバード側が相当苦しくなってきたね。これはロングアッシュで通されてしまうし、ペイロードはメイとルシオが進めて、その前をメイとラマットラン固まってる状況。
work from court so far. Twisted Minds are building ultimates too, but Visions has had some impactful zoning high noons as well. Maywall to
ああ蓋をしてる。
to hold this push here. Redbird's trying to get through, squeeze through the health pack area, but now they come through the top angle of the bridge, drop onto the robot, steal it. Twisted Minds, they completely disengage. They want to fight somewhere else. In fact, it's here. They drop the bomb early. As long as Moving Fish can live, though, this isn't that bad for Redbird, but
ああムービングが落とされてやす。
finds that pummel kill. Quartz with the bomb.
ビジョン
Rainbow as well, but Visions finds Yubi. Quartz goes down. Visions over this top side is doinking headshots after headshots. Finds three. Can he find any more?
ビジョン
Capacity play we have ever seen. 4K for Visions, and nobody else here for Twisted Minds. Magnetic grenade, not very skillful.
ビジョンやばすぎやばすぎないこいつ。
I mean, he also has to take out the lamp first. He goes for the magnet because he doesn't want to have to reload. We can forgive him that. We can forgive him that.
Yeah, you're right.
I think off of that play alone, Vision might just have immediately put himself in passenger seat for MVP. Yubi, however, again holding on to one of these blizzards, waiting.
ただまあツイセットマインズウルトは十分溜まってるんで、まあお互い様か。ここのウルトここをうまくさばけるかどうかでツイセットマインズはちょっと状況が変わるね。ここは慎重にいきたいところだね。ウルトを大きく使いすぎたくない、負けたとしても。まあ負けたと、おおユビ。
Nice right click into ice block after that. High noon from Visions tries to equalize it. They commit the beat. They want to win this fight, although they're down.
いや
But a May ultimate connect.
ーいいメインウルトのカウンター。 ウルトも22トレードに済ませてる。
Deco has to use the sound barrier to try and make up for Renko's
いや
absence.
さっきから
And as a result,
あれだね、かなり連呼が落ちるね。ファーストデス3回目か。 ちょっと相当嫌な展開ではある。これボブ狙ってるんでかなり。うわーボブで分断しながらしっかりキルにつなげてた。
They're not even giving the opportunity to Redbird Esports to set things up. You know, Vision's been doing a great job getting those first bloods for Redbird Esports the entire series, but now, you know, Redbird Esports not able to set up because Twisted Minds with this Ash, like you mentioned, Moxie, doing too much work.
おビジョンラッキー。これツイセットマインズ相当ラッキーだぞこれ。
Immortality field because Slay's got an amp matrix and KSA has got annihilation. We're back in old school Overwatch. It's not Jake in your house with a Riptire, it's Quartz.
まずいこれは。
Pushman with dynamite.
おお。
Oh, Quartz again, like you mentioned. I mean, he's just terrifying, ripping through Redbird Esports. But Deco does trade it back. However, the annihilation committed from Moving Fish to Quartz trades back rather than.
おマジかこれ勝ちに行く。ボブ強え。 バティウルトでカウンター。さあお互い押し引きしていく。
KSA is going to have annihilation. Dynamite does come through to try and secure that high ground, but Vision
こ
actually
こはさすがに一旦レッドバードが取り返していくけど。
KSA gets punched by the Doom and isn't really able to use that annihilation for the team. They've lost Quartz as well. That's a massive amount of damage.
ああただ
They don't necessarily want to use it, but
ああこれきついか。
won't actually shut down Vision.
レッドバードきついかこれ。
Decide to use annihilation here and now. That Cassidy is not going to be there in time to be able to put themselves onto that bot. And instead of forced to Deco to try and touch. There's Vision a little bit late to the party, but the entire team of
ビジョン一人でゲームしとらん。
waiting for him.
Wait, but KSA trying to finish out on this payload cannot. Nice job. You called it earlier with Renko swapping over. Like Quartz is still getting that kill.
ビジョン一人でひっくり返したぞ今。
Moira now. Since when is Moira meta in an Overwatch match, but not today? Slay does go down. Almost Mux. That was so close for Twisted Minds.
いやーただ残り1分半でこの差か。レッドバードとしては相当絶望感あるスコア差だね。
The Suzu to cleanse the dynamite, but he swaps off of it because unfortunately when you're running Ram you can't have Lucio and Kiriko. Twisted Minds try to run it themselves in the qualifiers and it wasn't enough sustainability. They were being forced to use the Suzu and the amp from the Lucio way too soon before a fight even began, and it forces Renko back to bat.
App swap for them on this fight. Redbird Esports have that ultimate advantage, but they only have a minute left. Twisted Minds, they have so much room to work with here. They push forward onto Moving Fish, who has to back up out of there, but does avoid getting walled off by Yubi. Yubi forced the ice block backwards. Pulse Bomb committed from Grathan, gets rid of Slay's Immortality Field. So Grathan has to back up Immortality Field for Redbird Esports committed. KSA gets rid of that from Renko, so no Immortality Field. Beat drop.
いやスリーが落ちた。
Backline to Tella goes.
いやーただここで
On to Slay before that beat drop can hit. Counter beat from Deco on the
キルさえ重ねればツイステッドマインズはそんなに不利にはならない。てか3回ぐらい負けれるんだよなこれ多分。さあレッドバード取ったけどグレーテンが落ちてる。まあでもそれだからまあ復帰は早くて助かってるけど、コロッセはこっから先を押すのが辛いマップだからどうなるかね。まあ、ウルトはそろいやでもツイステッドマインズウルト4つなんだよな。ウルト4つなんだよな。
Somehow KSA lives. Slay goes down to Grathan though, so it's not over just yet. Nice May wall zones off Redbird Esports, and that might end it right here, right now for the side of Redbird Esports. Renko goes, Deco as well, and Vision's trying his hardest. I mean, he's done it.
いやビジョンビジョンビジョン
Hold up! 4 HP Vision, are you kidding me?
He's going for the health pack. It's gonna be there. He's able to grab it. He's 99% to the Deadeye. Twisted Minds still have one more fight. They send Slay to deal with the Tracer. He finds the pick. Twisted Minds looking for the reinforcements. Have a little bit of time to be able to wait and look for the regroup. KSA comes back on the Diva for the boosters to get back into the fight faster. Graffin has gone down, so no pulse bomb pressure there, which means you can hold on to the Suzu and use the iframe to keep KSA.
いやでも最後はさすがにまあプッシュの難しいところというかプッシュの攻撃側なかなか難しいのが出たね。
Redbird Esports did so much with Vision trying to find that turnaround, but unfortunately it's the momentum at the beginning of the map.
まあラマットラ対決がかなりツイステッドマインズの方が上だったからそこが響いてたね。
Coming through from courts with the extra pressure of that dynamite that allows them to have that time to be able to look for the regroup, look for the composition swap, and make sure that they isolate the members of Redbird Esports out and stop them from being able to claw Colosseo back.
Nice try from Vision in the side of Redbird Esports, but you know, Twisted Minds come through with that victory on the last map. Quartz also, another storyline, redeems himself after earlier it was hard for him, but at the same time, Twisted Minds obviously for them is going to be KSA onto that Ramachura and pretty much played all of the tank heroes that he possibly could have. 9.2 thousand damage, hero damage per 10, and only 7 deaths. I mean, what a fantastic player he's been for this team.
It's the flexibility as well for KSA, right? Some of these teams, they have two different tank players that they can come in and play things like the main tank and the off tank. KSA, he can play the Ram, he can play the Diva, he can play the Junker Queen, and that's exactly what this composition wants. They don't need a Reinhardt, they don't need a Winston, they just need a tank that can apply even more pressure and set either Labda up on the Pharah or Quartz and Yubi up when they're running things like the Mei and the Ashe for those off angles to grab that space and let us DPS get to work.
Yep, and you know, I'm sure a lot of people are saying rigged because, you know, their boy Labda didn't get player of the match, but obviously only played one match there as well. And fantastic work from the side of Twisted Minds and KSA again. You know, we have to mention that he's always that player that's like really close, if not as is at Overwatch League level.
I mean, he was Overwatch League level, and then he dropped back down to contenders, and how lucky we are to have him for as little time, I'm sure, as he's going to be staying at that tier 2. I'm sure he's going to be picked up into tier 1 again very, very shortly after, especially because we just saw
ビジョンやばかったな。ビジョンあまりにもやばかったな、しかし。
finish things out, and what a map we had for Colosseo. That was just a roller coaster of a ride.
Fun series as always, but we still have more ahead of us, guys. So you have more extra Overwatch matches today, so you're not going to miss the desk segment, and then Lemon and Leg Day coming at you with those casts. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the desk.
いや次はボストン VS ワシントン。いやーでもボストン VS ワシントンどうだこれ。ボストン勝つんだろうなって気はするんだけど、ワシントンもそんなに悪いロスターじゃないからな。
Welcome back, friends. This one turned into a real nail biter. It went to distance, map number 3, and could have gone either way. I thoroughly enjoyed what both of those teams brought to the table, and it was great to have a first look at Redbird Esports here as well. So, gentlemen, let's break down all the action. How did Twisted Minds get Twisted Minds as an S? That's right. How did they
April
get the upper
Fools.
hand? Tell me all about it. Just kidding.
Got you. But talking about this match, yeah, we saw Twisted Minds come out and really show textbook play of how you play this Barrett composition. We actually saw Redbirds.
ボストンのレジェンドチームがどうなるか。
They're able to take a round, but as we went over to Icebreaker over here, it just kind of falls away from them because this is just such a good Barrett map, and Labdo was able to take over that map. But we went over to King's Row and we got the Brawl Mirror, and Danny, you're a new fan of a player. I think Vision, this was really when he started to play.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Vision just like before going into the match, I was talking, hey, watch out for Vision. But this guy, although they did get they did catch the L, Vision was popping off. I think on that Hanzo and on that McCree as well. He was trying so hard to carry the team. It was actually, sorry, Cassidy. It was just. I think definitely Redbird Esports had a very good first showing.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I agree. And also, we've been hyping up Quartz for a lot of this tournament, but this is the first time we've really seen him come in, start to have some success. On that Ashe, a pretty unconventional pick in this meta right now, recognizing they're not going to have the dive to be able to get on top of him, and just did so much damage, able to shut Vision down. So, good win for Twisted Minds and Redbirds. I don't think it was a bad first showing as well, as Danny said.
No, this was just the first of many more matches to come since they only just started their group stage. We are now ready to head into a winner's interview, and for this one, we got Slay from Twisted Minds joining us. Slay, congratulations. How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Congratulations on getting the win. I'm gonna start this interview off. This was sort of a contenders region match, different regions facing off each other. What was your game plan coming into this match?
Well, we always play Pharaoh on the Carve map, so we want to play Pharaoh there, and then the other ones we knew we could win the Brawl map, or like the Brawl Mirror. So we normally play Pharaoh on the King's Row, but we swapped it up because we knew we could win it, but sadly, we didn't.
It does happen. Now, I do wonder, since you're going up against a fellow contenders team, is there more pressure to win when facing off against another contenders team opposed to when you're actually playing against an OWL team?
Well, yeah, since when you're against a contenders team, you have more solution, terms of ego, but in terms of like when you play against our teams, you have nothing to lose, right? Going from playing against moving fist 7 to fearless, you know, your expectations, you know, it's a whole different thing. You can't expect to win against fearless, right? Like that's just a really hard matchup. And they're all really great, so it's really hard. I can't hear anything.
Yep.
Hello?
Oh, really?
I can't hear anything. I can't hear Costa
no.
at least.
All right, Costa, what was your question here? Say it, and then we'll tell Slay. Yeah, Slay. So Costa wanted to ask you, like, how do you feel about these out teams that you guys faced off?
Well, they're all really great, so it's really hard to play against them, right? Since in EU you can't really get all scrims, so it's hard to practice against those kind of players and those kind of comps. In EU it tends to be more of like a rush style, like Ryan compositions, right? And all the alt teams, they play Monkey Enna, and it's a whole different game, right? When you play against those kind of comps, because your what do you call that? Like, I dropped it. But it's, you know, they are very better at punishing your mistakes, right? So you can't make as many mistakes, and that's why the alt teams are so hard to play against, especially on the monkey comps, right?
Yeah. But just one quick follow-up on that one. Is it still an enjoyable experience to get that time in against our teams?
Well, yeah, of course, it's a lot of fun, right? Playing against Fearless, like Happy, Pelican, and like all these insane players, you know? It's always really fun because they put the game at another level, right? And you have to play so much better to win against these kind of players, and it forces you to be a better player, and that's what's the most fun in Overwatch competitive Overwatch, at least for me.
ここ最近気温がさ、マジ安定しないからさ、なんか昼間はなんか10度、15、6度とかになるんだけど、朝がさ、氷点下なんだよな。朝というか夜だけど、深夜。
That was Slay from Twisted
とんでもねえんだよ
Minds,
な。
and we're now gonna take a quick look at our schedule so we know which matches are coming up since we're only halfway done. That's right, we've got a lot more matches to play out today. The next one is gonna be Boston Uprising and Washington Justice. I am very excited for this one. Boston have been looking really strong, of course. They're coming in with a roster which we are all just very high on, except for Mr. X for whatever reason.
Right? He was so angry. But yeah, no, I think everyone in Boston Uprising, they're just like Houston and like Atlanta Reign. They're just too good right now. You know, of course, yesterday was their first showing, and I think they do need to work on some of those team synergy or coordination. But hey, honestly, with their just mechanical power that they have right now, it's just, you know, they're just too good.
Yeah, but can they get it done against this lineup?
Oh! Oh, what? Yo, Washington Justice, they're coming out with Hatsune Miku
なんか初音ミクの
roster. I think they're gonna win. You can't beat
なんか初音ミクとコラボしてんのか
Vocaloid meta. Like actually bringing the Vocaloid meta. How are you gonna beat Hatsune Miku on tank DPS on support? There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. Oh, but Hatsune Miku looks a little different. But
She's changed. But this lineup is still music to my ears because it does feature Alpha Yi, Bembes, Taru, FD, got Flora, all the good stuff we got to see already from the Washington Justice, which honestly, I think that looked a lot better than a lot of people would have expected them to look like initially.
No, I also agree because coming into their first match last time that they played, we're worried about, you know, it's a mixed roster, how are they gonna communicate and sort of that stuff, but, you know, honestly, they looked really good for their first showing. Of course, they did go up against the contenders team, but I feel like, you know, going up against Boston, I think this is really their true test of strength. Like, can they make this work? Can they really bring the teamwork to the Boston Uprising?
So they need all the support they can get. So make sure to fly their flag and get your Washington Justice support bundle, which is on sale right now and will be through April 11th. You can get Kiriko, Anna, and Baptiste, as well as a weapon charm in your favorite team skins and all of that for just 350 league tokens. That's right, not 349, it's 350.
350.
steal because it's so worth it. Now, I am super excited for this one. I am pretty sure that for almost everyone, Boston Uprising has to be considered the favorite heading into this one, but maybe Washington Justice has an ace up their sleeve. We will find out in just a little bit. And for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Lemon and Late Day.
Thanks so much, Zoe. I guess I just became best friends with Danny with that weave take. Hatsune Miku, he said it, the Vocaloid line. I'm gonna have to hit him up after this. But two teams, undefeated, Boston versus Justice. I think this is the match of the day, and I say that about every match.
Well, we're lucky enough to be casting it, and yes, these are some very impressive teams. I'm not entirely sure how Pre managed to get away with the Ocean's 11-esque heist on the Korean peninsula that somehow created the Boston Uprising. It's an absolute steal from so many other recruiters that Boston Uprising got to be this stacked. But Washington Justice, it's a little bit more of a creative process by which they've generated their roster, and they've got
今日もディケイバードリングだけどストライカーが出ることはあるんだろう
No
か
matter what Reinforce says, is an absolute monster in the lobby, and I'm really looking forward to the Alpha E versus Decay likely Tracer duel.
Oh, see guys, the lab! That's where you see the lab on this map. Everyone's always like, well, why is this called lab? Anyway, and you got the best of the best. Speaking of the Justice, you got Ben Best on the Reinhardt. And I think this is exactly why Justice picked this. This is a very brawl-heavy map. And of course, some dive can be utilized on sections like this, and I think that's why Smurf aims this way. And we've even seen Smurf play the Doomfist on sub level, so we'll see what we end up with.
Yeah, Smurf definitely a huge part of the dive timings here for Boston Uprising, and one of the things that's really impressive about Boston already is
さあ
how
お互いミラー
clean their dive timings are between
フローラは
Smurf,
ソジョン
Decay, Gone on control. It may be a little bit,
ソジョンキリコ VS アナキャスディということで、ちょっと地に足つけて戦うボストン側、カウンター寄りのボストン側と、結構、ラッシュっぽく突っ込むこともあるワシントンって感じかな。
You like to see it against what it feels like one of the best tanks that came out of the east side. So, point unlocked, bubbles exchanged. Justice have control of the point first. Boston
おーフローラ
disengaged. He lost Legion.
25も倒して
Justice now 5v4. Spot third ring kind of by themselves, who has floated between Castier, Sojourn, and even we saw
一気に詰めていく
Sojourn yesterday just have the extra mobility against
ベン
the
ベスが倒され
But
て
he doesn't care about
る
Mo
けど
because he's gonna punish
状
you
況
instead.
イー
He
ブ
gets to
ン
kill
は
the Ben Best, but Justice already had the numbers advantage. Flora on the Sojourn.
いやーでも状況はワシントンよりいやフローラのワンピックが光ったな
I love Flora there, also saving the rail for when Smurf tries to disengage to make sure the burst damage can be delivered, because he knows that Smurf's not going to disengage before he really feels the heat and the pressure.
ただ
And so
も
Flora just holds onto that rail, knowing that he has to counterplay to any
うトワイライトのウルトが溜まってきてるんで
generated by Smurf. Now Washington, they can play defensively with stuff like this.
このウェブボストンは取りたいね
Dangerous to just blink forward when Ana has sleep like that. Twilight is not Ana you want to mess around with. Pulse bomb doesn't hit for Alfie, obviously.
Oh.
Halfway through, Nano to Birdering as Twilight gives his life. Shot through the heart by Flora. But man, Birdering hurts with that Nano. The extra damage too much. He's fallen up with Decay so well as they chase the
ここは
last
きっ
few
ちりナ
members
ノ
of
1個で
the
取り切り
Justice and flipping this over, having the Deadeye not too shabby for a zoning opportunity in the next fight.
Oh, Flora getting the exit pick on Decay, but Decay should get back pretty quickly, and this is a great time for us to talk about the difference between the Cassidy and the Sojourn. And that's what Sojourn's efficacy kind of runs in cycles. She needs to be able to build up the rail in order to deliver that burst damage, compared to the Cassidy, who's got a huge uptime on a damage threat that he presents. Washington Justice, they need to do some groundwork to build that rail before they make
アルファイディケイを倒して
Has to be an all-in dive.
さあ奥に飛び込んでこれはソジョンダイブのソジョンキリコダイブの、強いとこっすねバックラインにさっさと飛び込んで、全員で押しつぶすと
Great call by Ben Best. The punish on the bird ring. And Justice back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, getting an opening pick onto Decay there was super important to allow Terror to go for that all-in, knowing that you can't be chased down after a teleport by the Tracer.
その奥まで押し込んでさあフローラ倒されてしまう
Experiencing his first death of
ただこれ9でもトワイライトが落ちるとでも FD も落ちてスマーフ強っ
Legion on this think twice about the sound barrier
いやー、ワシントンもうちょい粘りたかったね。
And once again, we've got to watch the positioning of Twilight here. It's super difficult to play the
Washington
Ana
意外と
position. Twilight's already
粘っ
died
てんな。
4 times in this particular game because Washington Justice, they love this all-in dive where Flora's going to shift in, Terra's going to shift in, everyone gets on top of the Ana. But the thing is, after that, you have to deal with a well-positioned Boston Uprising and you with a very, with a lack of map control because you all went after one player.
Decay now dueling up against Alpha Yi. Having the pulse bomb focus now redirected to Beth Bets, who's been supported by this down
さあ、おお、やばすぎそれ。あー、FD 落ちた。けど、バードリングを倒して、トレードとしては悪くない。ワシントンチャンスではあるけど、追撃のウルトがちょっと足りないか。あー、ベンビスが倒されて、これはボストンペース。ラストウェーブ。いやー、テルがウルト上がる分、ややワシントン有利か。スマーフがウルト上げてくると分かんないかなってぐらいだけど。ポイントを確保しているのはワシントン。あー、ベンベストが落ちる。いやー、最後ボストンエリア広く使ってたのが最後まで響いたね。ワシントンどこに飛ぶかかなり選んでたけど取り切れなかったって感じでしたね。
And now the dynamic's going to change. Smurf is swapping over instead onto the Doomfist. This is going to be about stalling out a potential push from a Washington Justice to buy Burgering time to build up those rails, just like we saw Flora do in the round previous. But on the Washington Justice side, Flora has instead picked up the Sombra. And this is going to be fantastic for trying to disable Smurf's Doomfist. I wonder if this is a scout from Washington Justice, given what we saw from Boston yesterday. And Washington Justice had a day off. They were able to simply sit back and gather the intel about the enemy teams.
Yeah, Boston looks so good on this comp, and especially Twilight likes the nano bird ring just for that extra survivability and extra damage. Knows it's a big win condition for them to enable their hero. As what a quick engage from the Justice, jumping behind Boston. Bodies collapsing in the support lines. No healing remaining, all damage being permanent, and Boston just healthier in those conditions.
さあ、まずボストンドゥーンフィスト一瞬で取り切っていった。
Twilight though is going to clean this one up, so it will be a fairly safe defense here for Boston Uprising. It does give Flora plenty of time to scout positions, and Best is already poking away, thinking that hey, Alpha is going to be back first. We can try and play this.
Trade force the 4v4 as Boston just want to play things slow around the point, jumping on in as Smurf forcing the transition.
いやー、ブリギってつらい。あ、ただバドリンベンベストを倒して。
Flora is also pressuring the back lines. Boston have no supports left, and the dives from the Justice.
ワシントン取り切れるか。いや、テルが落ちてちょっとわかんねえなって感じだな。いや、ポイント取り切るか。3対2状況、さすがにきつい。
Still, Teru has to be teleported on back, and Burgering and FD got have both moved away to do that. That's a good amount of space that can be gained early for Smurf to build up towards the Meteor Strike. And after that,
さあ、スマーフなんかフローラ速攻で倒して。ポイントを確保していく。いやー、いいパルス。ベンベストが削られるけど、さあ、ギリギリ耐えている。気待ちかな一旦。いやー、パルス、アルファイ。EJ も倒されるとちょっときつい。ビートでトワイライトから崩して そこがクリーンに取り切り、まあ、フローラの EMP もあるんで、こっからしばらくは、こっから2ウェーブ、1ウェーブ、まあ最低1ウェーブはまあワシントンペースで進みそうだけど、おー、マジ
Well, Teru's dead, so no Kitsune rush. Win condition, they'll have to go with plan B, EMP. Hitting some of the Boston uprising.
いやー、バードリングの、
Meteor strike before his death ensued, and
うわー、マジか、テル。もったいねえ、今の。
really blow this fight.
まあ、いや、ボストンがうまかったと言うべきなの
Even though
か。
Boston can catch out Flora,
あのタイミングでテル
sometimes it's not
キルできたの
automatic
すげえ
win
な
for them in these 5v4s.
なんでキル取れたんだろうな、あの状況で。ボストンはウルト4つ。ちょっときついか、この差。いや、ここは一旦リセットかけるけど、ただ急がないといけないワシントン。おお、貫通してた。テル、ここでおお、テルやば体力。さあ、なんとか意地で取り返していったワシントン。
when the healing boost is not there. Ligier Gun once again swaps over now onto Valucio. Maybe a little bit better for trying to duel the flanker like Flora and force him out early, but the informate. Oh my, is that Alpha Yi right there?
He's helping out the double flanker man.
フローラ戻りすぎじゃね？
Twilight is okay. He's providing the most of the healing for Boston. Still trying to get aggressive. They gotta ignore these flankers and see if they can punish and counter dive in those situations. Twilight's been left behind. Lijigon returns to rotate him forward. Alpha Yi now applying.
あんだけ戻るならもっと早めに仕掛けてもいいのに。
Soundbear to buy
あ、
time.
ただバードリンから倒して
Keeping this team together. Smurf has to meter strike back towards
FD がやられる。
but he's crushed.
状況はただワシントン有利。いや、ベンベストが落ちて分かんなくなった。いや、スマホも落ちて、これはさすがにワシントンが有利ですね。取り切った。いや、ワシントン相当やるな、これ。なんかもっとボストンが結構一方的な試合展開するかなと思ってたら、全然そんなことねえや。コントロールってのはあるけど、コントロールだからまあこういうジャイアントキリングはまあ比較的起こりやすいは起こりやすいんだけど、それ差し引いてもここのテルすごかったな。うわー、綺麗。
So that everyone was safe to shoot Bird Ring during the Deadeye. Justice's dives have been so good, and I can't say that was a one-sided affair. I mean, any of these rounds have been not 100 to 90 something, and these fights aren't cleanly won with all fighters alive. Teru sniped in the head by Bird Ring, and the dive continues for Boston, stuffing Justice through the chokes. And Justice gotta hope they don't lose anyone else in terms of giving more ult charge to Boston if not needed.
Yeah, with a little bit of taxiing here, they could actually contest this before it gets flipped over. It would be a little bit dangerous for Alpha Yi to do so, though. Still, the fight, once again, is in a workable position. And we're actually going to see a contest here for Alpha Yi. Teru's antied again. FT God and Teru under constant pressure.
Flora on the Ash. There to at least have some coach gun utility.
これただフローラのアッシュが効いてきそうだね、このロング。
If there were a dive to come their way. But with an Ana, it kind of nullifies the importance of the Bob if you're able to sleep it and take it out of the picture. So, high ground for Boston. Bird Ring with that first pick. Got to be wary of these headshots from the Hanzo. Now tunneling in on that back line. Dodges the dive from Benbest. Continues to put focus and pressure on anyone but Benbest. Speaking
さあナノウィンキルは起きないか。いやこれでフローラが倒せる。フローラを倒しきってボストンかなりいい感じでホールドできてる。
But the thing is, when Ligier Gon diverts those crosshairs, that's when Decay and Birdring find openings and Twilight messes with Alpha Yi
トワイライトアルファイを倒して、これでウルゲージ半分。まあ、ワシントンは次攻めウェーブなんで、ここうまく崩していきたいけど、ドラゴンでどこまでゾーニングできるか、そしてスマーフのところどこまで刺さるかだけど、いやーベンベストきっちりナノをもらってウェーブを畳んでいくと。スマーフはウルト使わず次のウェーブに温存だね。
A nice little bit of stylistic difference there as well from Washington Justice. Instead of all-inning on one person, we actually did a split dive there, where Alpha Yi took away Twilight's attention to engage in the duel, meaning that Birdring could not be peeled for when Ben Best moved in as Vanano Winston. Excellent timing from Washington Justice, but Boston just did not have the resources to deal with.
いやーこのスリープでかすぎ。ボブスタートするがバードリング壊されてしまう。トワイライトがアルファに倒して、トワイライトまたアルファに倒してる。
It's been a hard fought for Battlefield Lemon, but it might all come down to this 4-ult fight from the Boston Uprising. Vanano, the Primal. Oh, Vanano isn't actually available, pardon me. Having a little bit of a...
スマーフプライマルレイジもあるからスマーフだけでキル起こせそうだなマジで。ビートを打って耐えていくのはワシントン。バックラインから崩壊させたいのはここで T ジガンのビートでカバーが入る。ただスマーフちょっとこれはいや耐えてる、なんか耐えてる。しかも最後はバードリンがトリプルキルでしっかり締めていくと。
It was a hard fought and admirable effort from the Washington Justice, but in the end, Boston Uprising simply decided to flip that Birdring switch, and we saw that big dive as well coming through from Smurf and Decay. There was a huge amount of zoning that was put onto Flora to make sure that he couldn't really be a part of that final battle, and we saw Flora get stuck as well. That has knock-on consequences. The second Flora has been stuck in his fight, then
DK スマーフのダイブが強力だったね、本当常に。
because he can just sit up on high ground for free, knowing that everyone else has to contest the point down below.
I was expecting the Ben Best rush, and man, they brought the dive at each round going to 100 to 90 something. This is as close as it gets, and Justice are not too far behind. Birdring's clutch 3K. I'm looking at you, replay ops. Get that thing cooking. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll have map number 2.
まあこれはでもボストンが勝ちそうだね、さすがに。思ったよりワシントンが食らいついてたなっていう印象はあるけど、下馬評を覆すほどではないかな。まあ、次ワシントンピックなんでね、そこでもしかしたら結構変わるかも。 あ
It's nice to see the new and improved Justice, who are going toe-to-toe with a completely retooled roster of the Boston Uprising, but one man we're excited to see leg day is Birdring. He's back, baby. We got to cast his first match. Check out this 3K at the end. This was a fight winner.
Oh, and actually a lot more pressure on him than I anticipated. Ben Best and FD got just having a touch of a timing issue there, allowing Birdring to just carve through that nanoed Winston with the Storm Arrow. And guess what? He's staying in, but Lige gone, heading on out.
BJ gone. But that means Izayaki in, and what that means is the Ana Kiriko support line. We've seen this in Boston Uprising's comp on Kings Row specifically when they face off against Glads, but they look scary on that dive. Birdring sported the Cass or the Hanzo depending on attack or defense, but this is a Justice map pick where they did not do any roster changes, and although we were teeing up so much Ben Best rush, you got to think about how do they deal with the dive? How did Boston deal with the dive? They tried the Brig, they tried the Lucio, but man, those 20 deaths on the support line that's a lot.
Yeah, it feels like Washington Justice are definitely in a diver backline kind of mood, and it's a style that has not seen as much usage, with Kiriko really being one of the more popular supports, given her ability to simply TP away and say lol no. But up against Just and Ana, it can be a lot more tempting to try and go for those all-in dives, and we saw a little bit of a scramble with the Brigitte and things to try and deal with that. However, now with the double flex support that we can see from Izayaki and Twilight, we're far more likely to see Izayaki baiting out some of those early dive resources with an off-angle position, forcing Washington to actually remove him from one of those. And then that means Winston leap, it might not be a bubble, maybe not a speed boost.
何が出るかちょっと予想はつかないけど、ワシントンはこのまま防衛なんで。
And Flora, actually, one of the things that we pointed out earlier in Antarctic Peninsula is that Flora was playing more Sojourn.
さあ、キリコアナか。ボストン。中遠距離からキリコとレーサーハンドでスパムしながらウィンストンを動かしていくって感じだね。いやー、そこはベンベスさんしかりそう。先頭に入り込んでイザヤキを倒していくと。
We saw Washington Justice was on Kings Row was against Team Peps, where they ran the rush, went towards the dive, and it was a lot more LPD Genji in that moment, a big win condition around the Nano Blade. But I like this look from Birdring 2 on the Hanzo. Those random headshots gave them such a big boon, especially on sub-level of Antarctic. That's how they kind of headshot Teru and kick things off. So, although it's kind of an unfortunate caught out from Decay, 1 minute goes by and Boston goes towards the point.
おー、バードリング一瞬で倒される。いやー、トワイライトが倒されて、アルファイすげえな今の。パルス？アルファイ？ アルファ覚醒してね。
Izayaki might actually be trying to bait here to try and get some people to move in deeper away from a point to allow a little bit more staging for Bergeron to find a good angle for when they eventually re-enter.
さあ、イザヤキ裏から。いやー、フローラを飛び込んでいく。ワレットがアルファに倒して。
I'm just surprised Boston dived that deep. They don't start with pressure on the point. They dive immediately to the back high ground window where Flora was sitting, overwhelmed.
さあ、バックラインから崩していく。ボストンは完全にあれだね。ディケイを中心に、ディケイが裏に回って戦闘が始まったタイミングでイザヤキがそこにテレポして、イザヤキを強引に勝たせたり、その裏からそのワンピックして試合を作っていくっていうような感じの展開だね。
In the enemy team, which like I don't want to get headshot by a Suzy from behind. Obviously, Alpha, you just don't want to take that door.
おー、バードリング。
And Bergeron shows exactly why.
これはまあ1ウェーブ取ったでしょう。いや、取りに行く。ワシントン。ナノウィン。ベンベストにフォーカスされると思って、おお。ナノブーストつけた感じだな。さあ、ウルト状況的にはボストンがかなり、まあでもかなりってほどでもないか。やや有利。ただスマーフのウルトの破壊力がとんでもないんで、それでどうなるかって感じだな。あ、バードリング。ああ、マジ？バードリングボンミスやな、今の。多分その上から逃げて時間稼いでそこから立ち回り直そうっていう戦術だとは思うけど、もったいないっすね今。さあボストンここでウルト3つ状況、お互い3つ状況だけど、ボストンまあパルスがある分チャンスは広げれるけど、イザヤキルトどこで使ってくるかね。トワイライトアナはかなり相手が攻めてくるのを見越してかなりバックライン取り。あとはあれかな、そのスマーフがウルト持ってるからそんなに前出てヒールしに行かなくても、まあ、温存してくれるからっていう点はありそうだね。さあお互いキルは起きない、スキルは使い切った状況。こうなってくるとテルのウルトが上がってきて、このナノブーストが勝負を変える、勝負を決めることになるかどうか。リケイもパルス狙ってるっぽいからな。さあナノブースト、さあトワイライトに飛び込んでいくが、これはキリコとアナの瓶でしっかりカバー。ただイザヤキンやられた。バードリングもやられて、ここは一旦ワシントン守りきった。ちょっと前のウェーブのバードリングが簡単にやられちゃったのがちょっとウルトワークにも響いてきちゃったね。あそこのタイミングでワシントンにもうちょっとウルト吐かせてられれば、まあ、このウェーブでもうちょい有利なウルトワークができたはずだから、ちょっともったいない。
roll on back to Teru, who's going to have to reposition here if Decay continues to probe along this sideline.
さあバードリングがここでキャスディに変更して、いやーでもまだちょっとこのウェーブ勝ち切るにはボストン何かしらが必要ですね。ビッグチャンスものにするための。さあここでトワイライトへラッシュ。ルシオ E の特権っすね。お、ただいやーテルを倒したと思ったが、キル有利なのはワシントン。いやー今の走り込みというか 今のアナまで届くダイブはマジでルシオがいることの特権ですね、本当に。まあ、ウルト状況でも有利だったんで、ワシントンとしては早めに仕掛けることでワシントンのワンチャンをなくしたっていう感じもあるね。ただここテルがいないから強気にワシントンも排除ができない、間に合っているナノブーストが入ったバックレーンから崩していきたいか。ああ、これどうなる。ああ、ベンベストがやられた。マジか、ボストン。おお、バードリング。マジか。これワシントン、まあテルがいなくなってたからちょっとこれまくられるのちょっと嫌というか辛いね、ワシントン的には。まあ、とはいえ残り1分切ってるので1回止めればほぼ次がない状況だから頑張りたいところではある。さあ DK がやられる。ボストンは一旦仕切り直し。
Yeah, you wish you can kind of keep up this momentum if you were Boston. But it's alright, they can jump back up just as quickly. Smurf established up there. Ben Best looking for the counter dive. Actually chooses to try to dislodge Smurf from up there. Now Decay has the high ground, can blink back towards Teru and FD God. The sleep misses from Teru. Decay could be a savage back there. FD God's trying to boop him down and almost got picked off himself. But Justice playing this so slow means they build up towards Nano and Barrier. Now they can pull the trigger and find the deadly shot.
いやー耐えてる。
Nano, he's on top of the supports already. Twilight.
いやベンベスここでプライムレイジ。ただバードリンがアルファイ落としてるんで苦しいのはワシントン。いやワシントン苦しい。まだ時間はある。いやここで触れるかどうか。触れてる。ああフローラがトワイライト倒してまさかのラインハルトで。ああでもどうだ、テルエフディが落ちる。いやマジか。うわーマジかワシントン。惜しいこれ。
You leave him alone and he'll absolutely destroy you. Twilight does get eviscerated on cart by the rush with a sound barrier of the Washington Justice. But after that, simply cannot focus down a singular target fast enough. Smurf demands so much attention, and Birdring's just in the back. Invisibility cloak has been donned, and the Peacekeepers go in mad with it. Washington Justice. Yes, they have managed to hold this for an admirably long time, and admittedly, Boston Uprising, they're likely a little bit disappointed with this result. No time on King's Row means that this is supremely winnable for the Washington Justice. And now the question is, do they augment their strategy at all, or are they happy with how that went? I think that the fact that Ben Best Winston is forcing a reaction from what should be one of the best double flex support lines in the league is a huge testament to what Ben Best has been achieving. And here's a look at how Birdring decimated.
The headshot and the fact that all of this is alongside Decay. Everything Decay is focusing, Birdring is also shooting at. They are looking like it's obviously so early to say, but I love stretching narratives because I'm a caster. Decay and Birdring are looking like one of the best duos in the league right now. They're sitting at almost 17k damage amongst the two of them versus around the 11k, 12k of Alfie and Flora. You got to keep in mind the compositional differences there, but the synergy is there for Boston considering this is a whole roster rebuild.
Yeah, talking about Decay and Birdring in particular, why Terror and FD God down there in Birdring's LOS? The answer is because Decay forced them off that high ground lip. Izayaki's actually been forced to use his TP early here, so he's in big trouble and has to use the Suzu too. This is a bad management of resources here from Boston.
At least you didn't lose more than you already did, Izayaki. Able to find Twilight. Birdring will be back soon. Boston are fine probably giving up a tick or two, and they'll have all five back for the recontest. Justice looking for anything, even trying to get boops down. FD God maybe went a little bit too deep.
いやーテルがやられる。もうポイントダッシュ直前まで行ったけど DK がおお DK
Sitting at 9 final blows and 3 deaths, 3 3k more damage than Alpha on the same hero.
You guys did a fantastic dive, but my reaction to that information coming through from Decay just chooses the moment super well. What a setup from Twilight as well. A beautiful nade. And yeah, big assist to make sure that none of those warding shots or sleeps can come through to impact with that fragile Tracer, allowing her to bring the maximum DPS out of those pulse pistols. Teru, close to the nano now. The same for Twilight. This is going to be a tempo that's defined by when and where the nanos are used and how much pre-resource can be drained out before those Winstons go in.
Nano, Teru,
ナノブースト、あー噛み合わなかった。
Smurf was jumping back, but looks like he's got some company at the front anyway. Smurf waiting for his moment, but actually because Flora got nanoed, Smurf doesn't want to engage into that and get blown up. With Benbest and Alpha dead though, wouldn't be bad for boss.
でもなんかトワイライトベンベス倒してんだよな。
Kind of peek around the corner, see that Justice are too far, and they'll decide to play their lives.
なんかやばかったからつけた感じかな。なんかちょっとプランニングしてたらありえないミスだから多分やばって思ってつけたんだろうな今のナノブースト。 さあただここはワシントンが優勢。しっかりキルを取り切って。
It's about damn time they got this done too, because they had about 90 seconds before the time ran out. They got the card unlocked.
I want to quickly expand on the choice there of Benbest to dive not onto the area where Izzyaki was staging, but towards the members of Boston Uprising, which would need the peel instead, forcing Izzyaki to TP into the LOS of a Winston so that they could be primaled out of control. And remember that the Suzu is not a great counter to being primal raged, because you need to be in range of that Suzu when it hits the floor, and sometimes Benbest can simply juggle you away from that AoE ability. Great choices from a French main tank. A lot of people asking why he was the choice of this roster. Very much.
さあイザヤキフローラどうして？ボソンウルトは大量にあるんで。
So that's a good start for Boston to just stabilize on the street side, and Smurf just hopping over the Benbest bubble, just to pressure back the backline, see what else they could have cooked up.
爪をどこで使っていくか。
And this choke is something that Boston Uprising did manage to gain for free on their own attack. And we know how valuable that was. Now Washington Justice, they have to expend significant resources just to move through that area. Decay, a little bit of bogeyman in the back.
Benbest nanoed. Let's look at what Decay and Smurf got going on. They've already lost Birdering and Twilight, and Justice just executing that much better on the dive. And Smurf and Decay just hesitant on the pulse, hesitant on wanting to use the primal as soon as they lost Birdering and Twilight. Didn't think that they could do more than that. So Justice will break through streets.
And this is really starting to expose some of the weaknesses of this double flex support comp. Even when you have two legends like Twilight and Izzyaki, without a boop, without speed, your ability to counter the nano Winston if you don't hit the sleep is very much neutered. So Twilight, when missing that sleep, Benbest can just tear through them with the help of Alpha Yi. Now onto our final fight for B point, and Washington Justice, I wouldn't mind if they actually overinvest to try and win this one and get that additional time bank.
He's getting support from Izzyaki in the alleyway to just find a full spawn opportunity. They've harassed Teru and FD God to low amounts where Alpha Yi's being called back to peel. Now Alpha Yi joins the
Alpha Yi.
The sound bear is called for FD God. Twilight's under fire. And he
すげえな。FD ダブルキルしてるけど、いやワシントンの攻撃性すごいな。あそこまで突っ込んでくんだもんな。
Tracer is at her strongest in the middle of a chaotic fight, and that's what Washington Justice have to offer there with the all-in dive towards Twilight. Now though, this is going to be a difficult area to attack, and they are going to be equal on ultimates, two for either side. Izzyaki, you can bet, is going to be able to generate the Kitsune rush, even in just the poke phase, and healing up Smurf, of course, is going to be much in their interest. Two primal rages. Benbest has a very easy target in Twilight.
ウルト状況ほぼイーブンだけど、わあパルスとアルファイがしっかりこじ開けていく。イザヤキも倒して、ここはワシントンが取り切る。さあ DK は大裏。
Maybe a slight time bank disadvantage, but all that matters is finishing the map.
Oh, the scientist de France is looking good. For a long time, I considered Ben Best like very much more of a Reinhardt enjoyer, but evidently his time with Team Peps elsewhere has built up a fantastic Winston in the back pocket. The mechanics are looking solid, and Boston Uprising are beginning to fear Ben Best. Teru a little bit harassed here, but you know that FD God is dealing that. That's what the Lucio
さあナノブースト
table.
ナノ VS キツネ。いやーベンベスト削れたけどデスはしない。いやーお互いこれでねしっかりキル起こさずしっかり立ち直ってるのはすごいな。さあ逆に今度はボストンがナノブーストの番。いやーナノキャスいやーアルファイやばすぎアルファイ
You can try and cut off these disengages, still with a recall, but now has to be a touch more subdued. FT God with a sound barrier in his back pocket will be able to force their way onto Boston Uprising, who have moved everyone to the Zen now. This is going to majorly change the dynamic.
伊沢キゼにやった。おお溶けた。これはワシントン取り切ったか。フローラが落ちててワンチャンないわけじゃないけどポイント触れなさそうだな。あー触れず。お互い第3到達2回目の攻防へ。
I've got to give huge credit there, Washington Justice. For second they saw the Zen, they actually did a little bit more aggressive play, sending Alpha E into the backline. Admittedly, again, Alpha E has been sitting on top of the Boston Uprising backline for as long as this map has been a thing, but what it does is it displaces the Izayaki crosshair. It takes the attention of the Zen, and that allows for Ben Best to execute a dive without taking any pre-poke with a Discord orb and those orbs of destruction, allowing him to deliver the burst damage without it being mitigated by something like
いやーどっち勝つかわからんな。これ全然ワシントンも取りそうだけど
Winston has by hitting the perfect quick melee and sending Ben Best away from being able to hit the leap damage. Amazing distraction, and it means that Izayaki gets absolutely fried by the Washington Justice.
This is the 2K that swung the fight in Justice's favor.
ここアルファイマジで強えな。
The pulse onto Izayaki. I imagine the Suzy on cooldown there. Beautiful play from Alpha U. Has been going so toe to toe with Decay.
いやしかもワシントンちょっとやり方変えてくる。トレソンでワンチャン力高めてくるか。いやあれか防衛か。まあハック、まあ致命的なタイミングでハック一発通して2回目の当たりはほぼないようなタイミングでゲーム作りたいって感じかなおそらく。さあヒットスキャンがいないことに気づいたぞワシントン。いやーいいハックだ。あーそのまま。ただベンベストも落ちた。マジか。いやーこれベンベスト落ちたのつらいな。ワンピック取るまではめちゃくちゃ良かったけど、ただ復帰は早いんで。あ FD あー FD FD もったいねえなそれ。あーアルフィー落ちておおっと DK やばすぎ。今の追い切るのやばくね。さあボストンとりあえず第一を突破。いやーワシントンは辛い展開かな。まあ一応テレがウルト上がってるんでこのままブーストでゲームを終わらせられればって感じだけど、ディケイがウルトパルス待機してるね。ナノブースト。いやここはしっかりスリープで止めていく。バードリーがアルフェイ倒して 優勢なのはボストン。いやー、これはワシントンきつい展開だ。
And this is all every meter worry upon worry for Washington Justice. 1.5 minutes is not much, and Bergeron can continue to zone for more distance using the Deadeye here. But guess what? He can also move real fast. He can waddle his cowboy legs on down Main Street using that Kitsune rush as well, as they're used in conjunction. And Washington Justice don't have too much to actually fight these. They will need to peel away using that speed boost, and that's going to give more space to Boston and potentially another point as well.
Oh, Decay got overwhelmed by Flora. Decay got overwhelmed by Flora and Alfie. Has to give up that left side positioning, and that gives room for Alfie. Alfie, try and pulse that backline. He misses on Twilight. Twilight needs to live and conserve really as many ultimates as you can, so that this overtime can go the distance. Sounder from FD.
さあデッドアイ、これは止められるが、エイサイキは倒れる。いやどうだ。いやキル重ねてるのはワシントン、ギリギリで守りきれるか。うん、いやーギリギリだけどワシントン止めきったね、なんとか。
No, exactly right, Lemon. That's great value out of a minute, and I hate to boil down a complex team fight to one mistake, but Izayaki sending the Fox of a Kitsune rush into the car only gets one gate out. It's not a fantastic rush, and it does not control the kind of space that Boston need to be able to operate against a team with a Lucio. You need to be able to scare that Lucio team out of being able to rush you down. But the fact that you've only got that bonus in a very tiny area means it's super easy for a dive to control from Benbesh. You can basically encapsulate it all in a single shield. And credit to Terror as well. Absolutely manic, courageous plays to get up that close to Bergeron during a Deadeye. Sneaking around behind the car and hitting for sleep was imperative, because if that was allowed to channel the whole way, Benbes and Alfie toasted.
And that's a cooldown of a sleep to cancel two ultimates of the Nano and the Deadeye, and here's the replay of it. And then the dive ensued from Benbes, just tossing up Izayaki and Twilight. Like, heard a lot of stuff during the offseason about Benbes, and I'm glad this was... I can see with my real eyes just how good he really is, and how really just a lot of the members from the Justice trying to prove that, yes, they deserve to be in the league, and they should have been here all along. Boston will be on the defense, 90 seconds for Justice.
Not many. Every second that passes is more pressure upon the Justice, but Boston Uprising, we also know they can't afford any mistakes. We saw a couple from Izayaki when it came to his disengages earlier. I wonder if Benbes is going to make that same leap up onto the Mega Pack high ground, but instead no.
いや当てる、ディケイを倒して。
Beautiful conflux of resources onto Decay.
Trade that 1-1, Justice.
いやフローラの火力がうまく噛み合ってる。
Really good at punishing. They are down 1 in this fight, but they can just play their lives as much as they can. You survive the initial Benbes dive. Izayaki, Twilight,
ボストン守りに行くが。
support from the rest. They'll have to give up a tick or two. A recontest will be around the corner. No ultimates to do it.
Izayaki and Decay once again looking to take a duo off angle at the moment. Well, it's going to be Bergeron and Smurf who are playing the LOS of Twilight.
いやIzayakiはフローラを取って。
That's from Izayaki on the high ground too. Bird ring and LOS from his Ana.
いやここ取り返すの偉いなボストンマジで。
Justice losing their grip on this point with 23 seconds to spare. Justice needed that momentum push.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Smurf actually eat a bunch of
ラストアタックになってしまうか。
real close. This is a very early fight
いやテルのウルトが溜まればって感じだけど、残り10秒。ポイントも踏まなきゃいけない。ポイント踏みながら。
Justice have Benbes and Alfie at the front. Izayaki, Suzu use Nano
ナノビインストーン。いやこれきついぞボストン。いやIzayakiが飛ぶ。ベンベストも落ちてる。いやただナノおいやどうだこれ。いやでもさすがにきついか。3対2状況はまくれない。ボストン勝ち切ったね。
anyone convince you that this was actually a 2-0, because the map score may say it, but it could not have been more close between these two teams. And there's a massive amount of credit that needs to be given to the Washington Justice for playing a team of legends, a team of so many title holders that I cannot even count them. So close. In the end, though, we just saw some real heroics from our veteran DPS here in Birdring and Decay. When the chips were down, Birdring hit the shots. Decay was such a good shepherd. He was
わかんないねこれ。いやでもボストン相手に結構でもボストン相手に結構ワシントン戦えてたな。想像以上に。
I mean, we're hyping up Decay, Birdring 2, so
想
many
像以上に
clutch
戦えてたなっ
moments
て
from the
感じがした
Boston
な。
uprising, but Justice, they fought so hard for it. Player of the match, we can talk about him more. It is Decay, of course. I mean, Boston Uprising looked so good, and they tried different strategies to go up against the Washington Justice, from bringing out the Brigida of Lee Jae-gon to swapping out their support line. But Decay's Tracer against Alpha Yi was so fun to watch. I think he ended 17k damage, double-digit final blows on King's Row. Needed to be the playmaker, but wasn't kind of the boneheaded Tracer of just going so aggressive all the time. He knew how to dial back and play off of Smurf and play off of Birdring's contact.
Yeah, getting that Birdring contact buff, absolutely huge, because you know Birdring's going to hit the shot, take the chunks of the health down, and we can take a moment to slow down and talk about Decay as a player as well. This could be his year to actually claim that title, because Decay's always been a player of legendary status. We've known previously that he is him. He is the guy who's able to carry those fights. With Washington Justice as a mercenary coming into play, Zarya absolutely tore through a playoffs. And Decay has always had that special sauce, but has never been able to make it all the way to the end like so many other players on the team around him have been able to. And I know we're in preseason, we're in Pro-Am, but 2023, could it be when Decay finally gets to hoist that trophy that's eluded a legendary talent for so long?
And with that win, Boston are still undefeated at 3-0. Still mathematically looking pretty good to get out of groups. And Justice, that was their first loss. And honestly, their first match playing an Overwatch League team. And this was one of the toughest ones to go up against. Obviously, Boston are the big favorites there. Justice also have a double header today. Are they able to bounce back and kind of shake off this loss? I think they still played extremely well, and there's nothing to be sad about. But obviously, a lot of teams demand perfection from themselves. Up next, we'll have Redbird Esports versus the New York Excelsior. Looking for each team, looking for their first win. But first, we'll hear from the desk, and we'll see you after the break.
さあ次はニューヨーク。 今日明日6マップってすごいな。しかし6マップ見る方も大変だな正直。いや
Don't let this 2-0 scoreline for our last match fool you, because this was as close as it can get. I think like Day and Lemon Kiwi, they summed it up pretty nicely, gave raving reviews for the Washington Justice squad, which, yes, they took an L, but it was a quality one. Like, that's a great loss.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic look for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, before Costa goes crazy, I just want to say I was just so impressed by Washington Justice, just like all of you. Like, of course, like individual skill levels was impressive too, but like just the coordination that Bembes and Alpha Yi had was just top notch. And of course, I want to give a huge shout out to Bembes as well. He came on the Winston facing off against one of the best Winston players, Smurfs, and he put up a good fight. Like, you know, him going for the engage and then trusting Alpha Yi to follow up with those kills. I think it was just a good showing overall for Washington Justice. But I think at the end of the day, of course, you know, with Boston Uprising getting the win, it just wasn't enough for Decay, Bird Ring, Smurfs just going crazy, and of course, Twilight's Ana, man. Yeah. I just love Twilight's Ana. She's just so good.
And that's the crazy thing about this performance of Bembes, because I want to agree with you, Danny. Like, Bembes had a great Winston performance. He wasn't known for that hero when he was back in the league in 2020, but he has done a great job of making that part of his wheelhouse. It's not the head-to-head that I look at with Smurf. It's him going against a Twilight Izzyaki backline and really pulling it apart for a lot of that map, especially on King's Row. Being that tip of the spear that the Washington Justice need, definitely a great look. But I want to look at something for the Boston Uprising, because this is an important piece for the Boston Uprising moving forward. Lee Jae Gon has been a little silly this prime. Here was one that was just egregious that I caught on Antarctic Peninsula. He just rallies, runs, turns around and sees that nobody else on his team followed him up. Look at this from the top-down view. Lee Jae Gon, we're chilling, they're waiting. He pops the rally early, which isn't bad, but then he's the
Lee Jae Gonの動きやばすぎる。
forward. And there's obviously a miscommunication or something's going on here. Washington easily gets the disengage going off. They're trying to find value with this rally, but they can't. And then, boom, Washington Justice doing a great job of re-engaging, punishing that mistake by Lee Jae Gon, ends up winning, closing out that fight and closing out that round. So Washington Justice doing a good job.
I think it's just Lee Jae Gon. I don't think it's Boston, because didn't we see that yesterday on Lucio when he was on Lijiang Towers? He just beats it and just zooms in.
How are you blaming Boston for that? What did Boston do for that? That's Lee Jae Gon.
Yeah, I said it wasn't Boston.
Yeah,
it's Lee Jae Gon.
sorry,
Yeah.
But I low-key enjoy it. He's just like I tweeted, I'm going on an adventure. Just out there having a good time. Why not? Press forward. You go. Now we do have an interview ready with a Smurf for all of you to enjoy.
Thank you, Zoe. All right, guys.
아,
Hopefully Smurf can hear me. Smurf, can you hear me? If you do, please say hello. 자, 처음부터 들리시면은 손 한 번만. 들리시나요? 말. All right, guys. I think it's the other way around. I don't hear Smurf. Smurf 선수 말 좀 해주세요. 말. All right. Well, this time around, I'm not getting the audio. Smurf, I just want to say I love you. We love you. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I am a Boston stan. There's so many Boston fans
スマーフの
right
声
now.
が聞こえません。
Wait, before I go. 그러면은 어차피 제가 오디오가 안 들려서 스마프 선수 그러면은 이렇게 사인으로 사랑한다고 팬들한테 한마디 해주세요. Just give us a heart, big heart before we go. 하트. Yeah. 자, let me just double check. 스마프 선수 다시 한번 말씀 한번 해주세요. Yeah, no, I can't hear him. Yeah. All right. Hopefully we get this audio issues, but anyways, yeah, we love you.
Yeah. I love that you asked for a big heart, not a tiny heart.
Yeah.
Big hearts all the way.
These interviews are making me sweat today.
Smurf was like, I guess I'll give you a big heart. Yeah.
It's that awkward like moment when someone tells you they love you and you're like, I have to say back now, do I? This is awkward.
All right.
But you forced him on camera, and we love to see that. Definitely great to hear from him. Lovely to see Smurf again. It's been a while, and we hope, of course, to see a lot more and hear a lot more from him and the team throughout the rest of the season. Now it is time to take a look at our schedule to see what's coming up, as we have another banger coming our way. That's right, we're going to see Redbird Esports again. This time they're going to face off against the New York Excelsior. Fists will be thrown. I have to say, I was really impressed with the first showing of both of those teams. NYXL, of course, they did take an L, as well as Redbird Esports, but quality Ls, right? That's what we're all about here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw. I mean, in this lineup, I think the most interesting thing is that we're finally getting to see Gig, and Gig, from what I have seen, is a great Winston player as well, paired with Vision. Hey, I think they might be able to get a win. What do you think, Costa?
Yeah, absolutely. Gig might not have played in the Twisted Minds matchup, just because if they put Gig in, then they might lose to the Pharaoh quite poorly, because Gig is really known as that like Reinhardt brawl, but also Winston specialist, and they didn't want to play that. So it'll be important to see this first look for him. But as you said, Danny, Vision's the guy I got my eyes on. He is an absolute dominant force who I've just been very impressed with so far through the Pro-Am. But another team I've been impressed with is the New York Excelsior. Pretty low expectations coming into this season so far, but when you just look at the 5 players that they can put up here, Fitz, Psycho, Kellen, Lep, and Creative, that's a good roster with a lot of good mechanics, especially Lep, someone who didn't get a great run on the Houston Outlaws last year, is really starting to show his colors. We saw it in the World Cup trials just recently as well. So a lot of upside for this New York Excelsior team, and can really show what they have now that they're not playing against the Houston Outlaws.
Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah, no, that does help for sure.
Yeah, even when they were going up against Houston Outlaws, it wasn't like so he said it was a quality loss, right?
And speaking of quality, so is their 2023 new team jersey. Thank you so much. That was a perfect transition right there. Good setup. Good setup. You too can get your new Team Pro Kit jerseys to start the 2023 Overwatch League season off the right way. So grab them now and show some support for your city, for your team, for your players. I'm digging this new look for the New York Excelsior for sure.
It's definitely different. Like I love to see what it looks like on, because on it's kind of got so much artwork on it. I'd love to see, you know, the players wearing it. Hey, maybe when they make one of our, you know, major lands this year, we'll be able to see them in person. So
hey, Excelsior, Costa here is indirectly saying that he wants one.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
I wouldn't mind one either.
And here's my address, just in case.
Size large. Thank you. Size large. Thank you.
Yeah, so he won't be mad if a jersey finds its way magically, mysteriously to his front door. We'll see if that's going to happen. But for that, you have to pick him as well. So let's take a look at our predictions to see if you really, truly, and fully support the New York Excelsior. For this one, I do, in fact, do just that. I think New York Excelsior had a really, really good first showing. I would just say I had no expectations from that roster. Just because, you know, heading into the season, there was a lot of talk about New York Excelsior and who they might or might not be picking up. So my expectations were just, they weren't existing. They weren't low, they weren't high. They were just, it was just New York Excelsior is going to rock up with a team. And so they did. And I really like what we're seeing so far. So I hope they can keep the ball rolling.
I also went with New York Excelsior because I wanted the jerseys. Size large.
Smart.
Thank you.
Don't give him one, give me one, because I also went for the New York Excelsior. I think in general, they just have a lot of talent on this roster that sort of came out from nowhere.
ニューヨークキャスターはニューヨーク推しだね。まあニューヨーク強いからな。なんだかんだ強いんでニューヨークも。
Alright, so Costa is predicting the struggle. Let's see if Jen and Harry agree with that assessment. For all the action, I'm going to hand it over to our lovely casters.
Thank you so much. Both teams starting off 0-1 is not inspirational, but with 2 L's, we can maybe make that a win today. Somebody is guaranteed a win today. Redbird Esports coming off a storm, not the good kind from yesterday. The doubleheader today is not fun. Starting off on a loss, not great either, but New York Excelsior, with the right pieces, the right composition that they've been cycling around, it's an interesting look from them.
Yeah, I think that New York Excelsior have a very strong roster, and as you can see, your boy can rock a good monochrome, so you've got some very strong fashion sense as well. New York Excelsior logistics department, also size large. We're going to be heading to Ilios first. You know what, why did Vedesco get to appeal for the merch, Lemon? Let's head over into our map itself, and Fitz is in, which is a big one for New York Excelsior. They didn't play Fitz for 100% of the game time against the Houston Outlaws, but when he looked in, he looked bloody good, and why not? He is a legendary player, previously of the Seoul Dynasty. I believe they were second place at one point, going deep into the depths of Overwatch League playoffs before. Fitz knows what it's like to feel the pressure of being 0-1.
I think with the Fitz Psycho lineup, from what we've seen so far, this favors the double flanker that they've been going towards, the Sombra and the Tracer around Kellen's dive. I think why New York feel like a step behind. Obviously, they have to play Houston, who are one of the favorites. They're very goated right now, but it's more about the coordination around the hacks of Fitz, Psycho's Tracer, and then this is a mixed roster where there's Koreans, English speakers, etc. We'll see how they come together, especially Redbirds and Redbird Esports around Gig, where previously they played
New York は
Yeah, New York as well. I think
エ
yet
コー
to
か。
announce who's in the back room. We don't know
ビ
who
ジ
the
ョンはアッ
brains
シュ
behind
な
this
んで、
operation is.
まあ、アッシュに自由にされるとエコー動きづらいから、うまくアッシュの車線を切れるかどうか。
They might leave Redbird Esports black and blue here as Psycho's opening up on the Echo, getting slightly bullied out by Deco. A
PP
brave
がかかった。
fight to take as a Lucio, and we got ourselves a quick
すげえタイ
call
ミン
as
グ
I
の
get up
PP だ
from
な。
my chair to get on camera.
Yeah, me too. I fell over there as some people are having that. This is I believe, was it a New York Excelsior map choice? And we can break this down more, where the double flanker I thought was gonna be the choice, but Psycho is a flex player coming out of Europe who has had really good success there, and anything from the Echo is in his wheelhouse. Now that the skies are unlimited on Lighthouse, this is a good pick. He'll have to rely on the break packs from Leb. And maybe even a Nano Echo is a big win condition if they feel like Psycho can really pull off a clutch.
Yeah, Psycho's had a long tenure with teams like Falcons Esports, and one of the things that's really interesting here about the Fitz narrative as well is that he's finally moving out, just like Stalker actually. We have two players who are moving out from under the shadow of Prophet's Tracer, the GOAT himself, and now get to finally build their own identity as DPS. And if that means Fitz has got a really good Tracer, I'd be more than happy to see it.
And Vision on the Ash.
さあ始まってる、まあ、ビジョンがまずはケランを倒してそのままセイコーまで倒す。
Coach Gun up high ground's a lot easier, but also Coach Gun back some annoying Winstons, and this first fight goes to Redbird Esports.
Vision's the guy. Vision has that magic source in him, you know. When it comes to clutching up in fights, if you watch the Prime qualifiers,
ビジョンのパフォーマンスえげつないんだよな。
on Redbirds playing those.
さあフィッツを倒して、
We cut away from the magic, but Todar blink and the trace is gone.
いやこれビジョンが
Two holding the high ground where New York are trying to
一人でゲーム作ってねえかなんか。
We've already seen kind of just mixed success around just Brigida usage to ward off a dive, just especially how the ultimate isn't as strong as a lot of the other support ultimates, including Kitsune Rush amongst others. Here's a dive now from Kellen to dislodge Vision from the high ground. Suzu forced out from Renko to deal with some of the CC. Pocketing Vision as much as they can against Psycho, who got nanoed. Not able to get a finishing blow until now. Kellen and Psycho working well together, and maybe Redbird Esports overstaying their welcome on the high ground.
But it's a common language. Dive high ground is universal. I mean, Kellen has actually got a huge
とはいえ
amount
し
of
っかり
work
ニューヨー
cut
ク取
out
り
from
切っ
there,
た。
going up against a mostly air or high ground born composition in Redbird Esports because they like to set up the exit means that Fitz can't access.
ニューヨークブリギテ出してるのはエコーに対してヒール供給を安定させるためってのもありそうだね。それがただ今回はおーアッシュ溶ける。なんか一瞬で溶けたなアッシュ。 そうただ戦闘は続行。
trying to heal his Nana with all the Winston bubbles around is a tough
ボブが生き残ってる間に勝負決めに行ったけど、ここはニューヨークが取り切っていくかな。いやー、どうだ、分からんぞこれ。ポイントそのまま取っていくのはレッドバード。
Excellent engagement there with the Bob from Vision, and it feels like Vision's taking advantage of New York Excelsior, maybe not scrimming against as much Ash recently. We definitely saw a little bit more from the contenders teams, especially in Redbird Esports' previous matchup. We saw Quartz play the Ash as well in that Ramatra versus Ramatra, and the Bob can do a lot to change the calculus of how a Winston team's going to manage their engages without the ability to really effectively duel the Bob.
Still Grafton did an amazing job of flipping the point, pulse bombing left. Speaking of which, having the rally, the nano onto Kellen, Psycho duplicates a Tracer. You just have so much committed in terms of ultimates for New York, and not netting necessarily a ton of kills from it. It's Redbird Esports that gladly disengaged from that fight. Still a tale on another day, as I'd rather exit the death drop too. But New York Excelsior even more kills from that commitment.
It's okay, the Diablo 4 open beta isn't happening anymore. Feels bad, man. I got that wolf up. I was a very happy boy. Grafton staggered here by Kellen. And New York Excelsior now once again in this commanding defensive posture. Remember, we talked earlier during the Twisted Minds games about how good it is to defend with an aerial force like an Echo, like a Farah, because you can get those easy poke phases in and really try and stress the resources of an attacking team before they reach the objective. Psycho's going to have to be very judicious with how he uses his right-click stickies.
And Psycho is anchoring the point, making sure that Grafton isn't getting a free flip like he did last time.
ポジションうまく作ってるのはニューヨークだけど、ポイントを奪っていった。いや、フィッツが倒されて。いやー、どうだこれ。いやー、ギグ生き残った。これは相当ニューヨークつらい。クリエイティブも倒されて。いやー、返すのこれ。ギグ倒されて。いやー、ニューヨークよく返したなこれ。
Handing over a little bit of that additional ultimate charge. Psycho almost here with the duplicate, and Deco going to be the main tempo setter of this fight with the Samba. If he falls early, this could be all over.
いやー、ビジョンが倒された。これはニューヨークが余裕になっかなり余裕だねこれは。3張りで、あ、でもレップがやられて。いや、ただDPS の不在はしんどい。
It's been a fantastic game from Fitz so far, even without access to the backline at the beginning, who are playing up on that high ground. Fitz most, actually not.
寝落ちしたらオーバーウォッチの夢見た。オーバーウォッチの話ずっとしてるから。
This is a Kellen redemption arc on this team. Here's Fitz managing to get most of those.
いやー、最初ビジョンがだいぶ暴れてたけど、ニューヨークしっかり対応しきったね。
On the New York Excelsior, but this could be the year where Kellen really revives the pedigree of having been an Element Mystic tank. I thought there'd be so much more from him, given the scouting chops that we know Rush and the Element Mystic cadre have, and it did flop a little bit. But this year, Kellen could really come into his own with a support line like Lep and Creative.
And Left's been looking really good in the USA trials, as Cuss has already pointed out. And Fitz, surprising that he feels comfortable playing the Hanzo against the dive of Redbird Esports, maybe underestimating the pressure they can really put on him, because I was expecting a somber mirror. So Vision having that health pack hacked for Gig is a good fallback spot for this dive, especially more health for them, as Fitz is just laying it down for onto Kellen, or sorry, onto Gig. The point is still being unlocked, still being capped, and just Redbird having a more mobile comp. They can anchor that, we're able to cap it first, and now they go for the fight. They dive in, Vision has recalled back, or as his life. And Gig actually gets two-man ante there by Creative, and that's the deadly blow for New York.
Oh, you needed Renko to be the one to come in and cleanse that away so the burst healing could be delivered. Beautiful grenade there from Creative to strike a killing blow on the tank. But what I wanted to talk about before the anti really messed up everything for Gig is that having that health back there actually means that Renko can save on how many times he needs to swift step over to Gig. And it means that Renko can actually play a lot more safely or a lot more aggressively supporting Grafton, not having to worry about babysitting Gig when the burst healing comes from a Mega.
This is Fitz under fire, pulse bomb misses. He has access to the high ground. He gets a punishing headshot onto Deco. Soundbearer, three-man from left just to salvage the situation, especially save Kellen. Creative even has a nano if New York thinks this is winnable without Renko.
ニューヨークケランがしっかりキル取って中遠距離からはフィッツが援護と。レッドバードはトレソン使ってる以上バックラインから崩していきたいけどなかなかそうはいかないって感じだね。
Kellen can now play these aggressive angles. The Primal Rage, the get out of jail free card with that extra 1000 HP means that you can really try and force out that teleport from Renko and then Psycho can try and clean up afterwards.
さあフィッツにナノブーストをつける。うわー完全にベイトとして扱ってたけどいやーどうだこれクリエイティブがやられて人数はイーブンさあケランレイジでビジョンまで取り切って
Primal Rage being committed, not ideal, and Creative swapped over now onto the more mobile Kiriko in order to potentially try and avoid some of the dives that are coming the way from Redbird Esports. Kellen's going to be the front line here. However, looks like it was, that's a lot of resources to keep Deco alive.
4v4. Now 4v3 for New York, just needing to fall back to the point. It's Gig and Grafton they gotta deal with and remove physically Gig. Not able to pop the Primal. I wonder if he was hacked by Fitz. The punish is there, 3v1, Grafton buying time, but actually Renko was able to teleport forward and here comes Deco out of spawn. Renko so close to Kitsune Rush too. This is not over yet. It's 3v2 favorite.
さあここはただレッドバード意地を見せたギリギリで踏みとどまって
Redbird Esports will live for now.
Live a little bit longer and live with some resource in the back pocket. Yes, Renko died before he could bring the Kitsune Rush out, but that means it's now available for these defensive fights as well. Vision, the last EMP was a little bit lackluster. The follow-up was not there, but with the time here to generate some information for a dive beforehand, it could be a lot better. And with Let and Creative both spotted, this could be a big EMP.
EMP is not, it only hits Kellen.
Huh?
Did it?
Oh, I think it got Suzu'd by Creative.
Or Suzu'd? I don't know. We'll have to check the replay. Soundbear from left. New York still have their own EMP to work with. Might want to wait out the Kitsune Rush that Renko left behind. Gig 2 and Primal. Grab it! Double kill in the back! Huge turn for Redbird Esports as they reach 65+.
Even with a clutch Suzu that I imagine happened from Creative there, it was not enough to keep Kellen alive and the rest of New York Excelsior. Fitz, the EMP in his hands. Could be the hero here to claim the map for his brand new team. The scouting's good.
Yeah, one-man EMP. I guess you take it. Fitz confirming that. Translocating back before his own death, but you trade that with Psycho. 4v4. Kitsune Rush buff for New York. Just needs to coalesce on the right targets. Renko in access here to the right side. Vision found out of his translocator.
さあフィッツ連呼を倒して
Redbird Esports just playing it safe towards the point without Renko. They don't have the healing for an extended fight. So they have to play their life. They have to play the Mega. And Redbird Esports have the point flip.
さあプライマルレイジいやーこれは触れないそのままニューヨークが取り切って
Oh, actually they did have the points. New York that flip. Man, that was a crazy, chaotic fight at the end. New York took that one.
That was a bloody crazy fight, Levin. And
まずは1本目ニューヨークと
TP away from the incoming Winston dive on the other side. Grafton blinked in under it, so took too much damage from the leap engage, and it simply couldn't be handled by Deco alone. Overall, I liked the strategy from Redbird to try and play like a cycle contest on 99%, waiting for Renko to come back. No, they couldn't really fight that without the Kiriko heals that would provide the burst necessary. Still, in the end, a lot of mechanical duels went the way of the New York Excelsior, including Kellen looking bloody good on that Winston.
That was real close, and I mean, a lot sloppier dives compared to the two that we saw in our previous series, but both these teams, I mean, one being from contenders, the other just pieces of different rosters, still trying to learn how to communicate on a mixed roster. I mean, we'll see if map number 2 will have a cleaner situation. New York Excelsior are up in the series on match point, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
よいしょ。ちょっと時間的にあれかもしれない。6試合目見れねえかもしんねえな。ちょっと。ワールドカップ優勝国どこだと思いますか？まあ韓国かな。順当にいけば韓国だけど、まあアメリカが食らいつく可能性もあるかな。1位2位はまあ1位2位は多分間違いなくアメリカ韓国のどっちかで、まあ、1位韓国2位アメリカがまあ順当な予想なのかなって気はするね。あー、そっか、中国も強えんだもんな。いやー、中国どうだろうね。いや、でも韓国かな。クーシェシャイリーブファーウェイ2社 VS ダンテスピードリーハイドロンウルトラバイオレットオジー。まあでも今のいやー難しいけど、でも2社じゃなくて言われてまあどっちかだね。まあ、ダンテのところは多分ホークと多分入れ替わりだと思うから。
was a messy map. The ult usage,
まあ
I was
その
not a fan
まあでも
of. Even some picks
それだったらなんか
like the
いやでも多分
Hanzo Fizz,
いやでもそのメンツだったらなんかアメリカ勝ちそうだけどな。僅差でアメリカな気はするけど。
It was a weird map one, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was a weird map one, let's be real, but it's okay. We're gonna swap around some rosters, temper in the weirdness, and maybe go back to something that's a little bit more codified. We have Fitz toddling on off for a little sit down and a poo.
あ、ホークいなかった？あ、マジ？ちょっとその辺ちゃんと確認してねえわ俺。 確認しときやす。
You lost me. Okay,
yes, I did.
I'm expecting some rush. We'll look over to Redbird Esports' lineup. They brought Moving Fish in over Gig, who played already earlier on today. Looked
あ、ライナーもいないんだ。
I'm expecting a ram off between Ramatra off. I think I like that better. Ramatra off between Moving Fish and Kellen, where I thought, you know, Redbird Esports looked really good off of Moving Fish.
あれ、そういえばライナーどこに行った？
But we'll see how this one goes. It is match point for Redbird Esports.
Yeah, Redbird looking, huh? I was fairly sure that New York won the last game, but
oh,
maybe
yeah,
I'm losing my mind.
We are losing our New York definitely won. Now prediction's testing my brain. I don't have one today.
You've lost me, Lemon, you've lost me.
I think I debated them too, because I said Redbird won, and then I was like, no, psych, New York did. You know, it's a day of
本当
all
だ、
time.
ライナーどこにもいねえじゃん。
It's
え？
April Fool's, so we like to be attempt to be
なして？
funny. Gotcha.
Emphasis on the attempt from me.
今どこにもチームに所属してないね。
Here we are on King's Row, with the man's streets. Moving Fish in to play the Ramatra. Kellen, I would not be surprised to see a counter Ramatra at some point. But we'll get that scoreboard fixed up for you real soon, unless I'm having a collective fever dream here about what happened on Ilios. Moving Fish, slowly they do be moving. We are currently seeing limited locomotion Fish as a pause is called.
本当だ、ライナーどこにもいねえ。
W key there for Moving Fish. That would be tragic.
Well, now I've been forced to move out of my chair. I am moving human.
A little bit of cardio, sit down, stand up.
I'm excited for the rush. I mean, I'm favoring Redbird Esports just because they seem more
マジか。
off of the rush. I mean, Grafton was very much known for his Mei back in his days of contenders, although his Mei didn't look as good as Yubi's when they faced off against Twisted Minds earlier on today. But it's how, you know, in these double headers in sports and esports,
そういえば。
you're able to bounce back from losses or maybe carry those good moments to momentum against a team like New York Excelsior, who haven't won a game or a match yet either.
Yeah, let's also talk about the previous match against Twisted Minds, because one of the things that really stood out there was how Quartz came in on Colosseum.
そういえばライナーのレイアツ消えてるな。
We were watching that together, we were trying to figure out like what the deal with the Ash was. The Bob's super good for trying to mess with the Ramatra. ボ
ストン最初強いけど2021のワシントンみたいなやつ。なんかボストンね。あ、わかるよ。わかるよ、なんか。 メンツはガチで強いけどなんかこうなんかね
Hence, continuing to play out on the cast. That's Distraction Immortality Field, one of the greatest of all time. Go get him, Immo Field. Go get him.
I was wondering what DPS Shockwave was going to want to play. The Cassidy, the Hanzo. Obviously, the Hanzo has this.
おー、ブレーテンマジ？やば。あ、てかショックウェーブだ。なんかショックウェーブが出てる。
Did I just get double sniped by the Psycho Mei, or rather the Grafton Mei? Quick look at Grafton going absolutely beast mode with the obstacles. There's one, there's two, easy as they come. That's a GG easy in chat. Wait, is this a replay on the question mark?
Love to see it. And that's Grafton stepping back up, right? I said he had a slower day against UB in the double headshot. That's great to see.
さあショックウェーブここはしっかりヘッショット取って
Deacon may be a little bit keen for an assassination there at the end, but Eventually, New York Excelsior do manage to execute on a rush and isolate some members. Vision's had a bit of a tough game thus far. Only 27% ult charge. It feels like Grafton's been doing a majority of the damage, but we're in early days for King's Row yet. And we might actually see a Hanzo duel down this particular avenue. It's very important to try and control this angle because it provides excellent access to either team's backline.
Now going through this choke, gonna be tough. But Grafton, 20%, or what am I saying? Just 10%, now more. Just close to a Blizzard either way, and this is what can just keep New York held at this point. Even moving fish, having Annihilation soon, but it's Kellen there first. I wonder who's gonna be pulling the trigger first. It's Grafton with the Blizzard. As Kellen maybe went for Annihilation play. Great punish from Redbird Esports. But one kill is all you're gonna get.
And now we talk about rush comps on King's Row. Inevitably, you come back to this choke point right here. This archway, you create micro chokes on either side of it when the cart is in there as well, which makes things even narrower and more difficult to navigate. And you're trying to move through here.
結構ここシーソーゲームだね。さあバティストルトからスタート。
Double ant matrix, great May walls to try and isolate some people in, but
足元チクチクしてる。
too unhealthy at this point. Maybe about anyone.
さあここでブリザード。おお倒せるか。さあムービングフィッシュを倒しきって、さあウルトちょっと多かったけど、まあまあまあしっかり取り切りましたねって感じ。さあただ次のウェーブがニューヨークややしんどいウェーブになるか。
They had to move aside into the bookstore, and then they have very limited means of disengaging from a blizzard, providing that Psycho can get the line of sight from the snowball, which generating it onto the Ramatra. So a great sort of dual phase push coming through from New York Excelsior. Question is, how do they do this now without those additional resources? You're mostly looking at Kellen here to extract value from the Annihilation, but Moving Fish has one as well.
Psycho out of cooldowns too, just not getting heals, forced to use Ice Block, got slowed by the Mantra, Ice Wall out, so Redbird Esports pull the trigger on the Sound Bear Annihilation. Moving Fish just blocking as much damage as possible. Now Grafton walks up, throws the Blizzard down,
Kiran耐えてる。
Dragon.
いや耐えれなかった。
Almost everybody up. New York Excelsior did a great job of living through most of that, but definitely split up on their goals during that fight. So New York.
さあここは耐え切ったレッドワード。
And that's even with Decoy, I believe, not being able to hit the sound barrier onto Moving Fish. Instead, they had to sustain themselves using the cycling of armor uptime with the Annihilation. Now it comes down to a pair of amplification matrices. I wouldn't mind seeing Redbird have this early poke here. This is one of the advantages that the Marcher really has over the Reinhardt, is that you get a little bit more of this early poke and you can have that kind of rear guard fight as you disengage and try and force out some abilities early from your opponents before they make it to cart.
The Matrix angle is what I'm looking at here. It's actually quick speed from New York down the alleyway left side. Looks like Moving Fish has placed the shield in time. They've used the May wall from Grafton to try and
さあケランがムービングフィッシュ倒してそのままブリザードで押していくと。
Redbird Esports don't know where to look. They backed away and used the Ant Matrix, but by the time this was used, the fight was already chopped, and New York Excelsior capped lane B.
And you highlighted, Lemon, the rotation there from New York Excelsior was incredibly important because it was poorly scouted by Redbird, and that meant that Renko had to try and respond to that rotation by popping an emergency immortality field, so it wasn't available for the fight in earnest. New York Excelsior managed to make massive use of that. Hello, Shockwave. Waiting up here, a bounce shot perhaps? No, nothing quite so cool will happen against players who are as aware.
Now you got the Dragon Strike. This will split up the fight. This comes up right behind Moving Fish.
さあドラゴン。 いやー。
Just gets gobbled up. So didn't realize that you only have eyes at the front of your head. Fun fact there. Grafton, the only one to anchor this card, and this
ニューヨークの勢いが止まんねえ。ああただビジョンがクリエイティブ抜いて。ビジョンマジでマジで一生火力出すの。いやー最後はアナイアレーションで締め。
They simply were not there. Let adds it to the chat just in case anyone had any doubt. Charles the Ninth has visited us once again over here. The Nemesis form with the additional movement speed. Moving Fish wants
ニューヨークコーチいないの？
possible
ま
value out of that annihilation by
あでもなんか
being able to use the Nemesis form first to refresh the armor, get in close and do
あ
some
れ
damage.
ケランがなんか
Get the armor again from using annihilation.
兼ねてるとかそういう話じゃないっけ
When you
確か。
transfer Nemesis form during the Annihilation cast, but unfortunately, in
ケランじゃ
looking for
誰かが
optimal
兼ねてると
efficiency,
かってい
they
う
found the quickest way to lose
話じゃな
King's
かったっ
Row.
けかな。あれ違
2
うのかな。
minutes and 16 seconds now of a Newark Excelsior time bank. That is a lot. And Redbird Esports, they have a mountain to climb here, but in these mirrors, Redbird, they do have the magic of the Grath and May, which is actually doing incredibly well, actually out-damaging Vision at the moment. The damage coming from a May is generally a little bit more subdued, but if I had
コ
to
ーチとマネ
highlight
が
that
兼
right
業。
now,
あ、なるほどね。
it's Kellen versus Moving Fish. Kellen at the moment sitting at 6.2k damage compared to 4.7.
あれなんかタンクがどっか兼ねてるのどこだったっけな。
Fairly equal numbers of uptime and deaths.
ボストンの話だったっけな。
Final blows
カ
from
リオスか。
Kellen compared to 1 from Moving. Kellen is finding these weakened targets who've caught an icicle, who've caught an arrow, or have been maneuvered into a poor position by a boot from Let, and has been able to execute them perfectly.
I think this was still a good start from Redbird Esports, you know, off of the double kill from Grafin. You lose the fight right after. You got Blizzard before Psycho. You lose the fight right after. So Redbird Esports had some stops, but to goof up that contest at the end is going to cost them some serious time, especially when they had the ult advantage there. So we'll see if they can have a quicker pace now on the attack. Vision. Very much known for his Cassidy, but also Hanzo in his back pocket, and he's shown his prowess.
いやー、まずはレップがムービングフィッシュを落として。 お、レップ。
Not having the mate to assist New York. Going for even more kills there as Vision is gone. And set.
Is your vision gone? Consider visiting an optometrist. Redbird Esports, I think they need to do a little bit more groundwork for these fights here to buy Vision the high ground that's currently just behind the camera. Because we saw Vision mostly playing on the ground, and that meant that when the walls came up, Vision actually lost line of sight to a fight and had very severely minimized uptime compared to Shockwave, who was playing from a higher angle. Now we have Vision up high, this is going to allow more access to the fight after the walls happen.
さあ、ウルト状況はいい感じ。 さあ、裏から詰めてケランが裏から詰めているけど、それには対応してる。いやー、お互いブリザード使ったか。あ、違うわ。クリエイティブだ。グレーテンだっけか。しっかりかわして、クリエイティブは落ちるものの、映画作ってる。おお。おっぷだ。あー、レップ。サポ2つ落ちたのはちょっと苦しいね。ショックウェーブ毎回チーム変わるね。いやー、これはブリザードでしっかり取り切って。なんかショックウェーブ結構ポテンシャルは評価されてる。実力は評価されてるけど、なんかいまいち試合で活躍しきれないみたいな、なんかそういう印象があるな。
Yeah, we need to see Grathan try and mess with these rotations, or Deco a boot, or a May wall, something to stop New York Excelsior being able to relocate so fast, because now, once again, the hatches are battened down for the storm that Redbird Esports are ready to provide to them. The Dragon Strike as well, going to be great for trying to empty any of those locations where Moving Fish really wants to hold up with the Nemesis form.
Spamming I need healing, by the way, on Genji gives you extra healing in the April Fool's mode, and here is Soundbear from Levin. Only it's him and Creative. Wonder what happened there. Now the Ant Matrix still guarantees 2 kills on the Redbird Esports. And just not
リーグ参加後は、リーグ参加後というか、試合ではのめちゃくちゃな実績はないけど、でも、毎年どっかのチームには招聘されてるんだよな。っていう。
Another annihilation is good to go. Kellen has the most killing blows on their team with 11. Redbird Esports up against the wall. There's a Blizzard in the back pocket though. That's how you shut down Kellen. That's how you bully out that tank, because there's no sound barrier to save Kellen if he gets caught.
さあ、ケランのアナイアレーション。
That
Yeah.
would be the nail in the coffin. The pre-GGs from Vision, who's tried to pull as much weight as he could, was not expecting Redbird Esports to not even put a dent onto that point, but congratulations to New York on their first win, and it's a 2-0 over Redbird Esports.
Well, we had our questions as to how good are New York Excelsior actually, because we saw them get 0-2'd, but it was by the Houston Outlaws, so might not count that much when it comes to the overall power rankings. But now, against one of our contenders teams, Redbird Esports, New York Excelsior are looking a lot more sublime. And in that last fight, I do think that Grathing maybe could have done a little bit more to get value out of that Blizzard, went through Hotel instead, and maybe it got blocked by an Ice Wall or something, but wasn't able to actually hit Kellen with the Blizzard. And shutting down the main tank with that ultimate has got to be your number one priority.
ニューヨークね。
Topped off as much as
まあ
he
で
did.
もそこまでめっちゃ弱いチームではないから優勝が願えるかはちょっと怪しいけど、優勝はちょっと狙えなさそうに見えちゃうけどね。でも弱いチームではないよ、でもニューヨーク。
About how cool it is to be a solo tank, because you can flex around it. Kellen is your player of the match for that reason. You can depend on him to flex anything from the Ramatra to the Winston. And my question for New York is how coordinated they were going to look with this mixed roster. On the other side, you have Redbird Esports, who have Gig and Moving Fish, two people with very different ways of approaching the game. And I think Kellen and friends are looking better and better every match we see them. You know, reacting to Fitz's hacks, reacting to Psycho's walls. Yeah, ult efficiency is something that has to be explored for New York in their future. They're not looking like a top contender, but this is a long-term plan for them, and I'm excited to see more.
好きな選手またはチームありますか？チームはショックはずっと応援してるね。好きな選手か。あんまり選手単押ししないからな。単押しっていう言い方するとあれだけど。選手単体を押すことはあまりないけど。
And 3.6 deaths per 10, not too bad at all on the Winston, but the 23.5 eliminations per 10 is absolutely massive.
去年は結構ハイドロン好きだったな。ハイドロンを応援してた。
Now with kind of a different support line, you may just see how different Kellen is going to look now that he has the resources to dive and just truly show what he's capable of. Big future ahead of the New York Excelsior up next.
毎年なんかショックプラス中堅チーム1チームか2チームぐらい応援って感じでいつもやってるかな。去年はだから俺ロンドンとショック応援してたね、ずっと。あ、去年はメイヘムロンドンかな。去年メイヘムロンドンショックって感じで応援してた記憶がある。一昨年とかはパリ応援してたけどね。なんかパンダはなんかハッシュタグがなんかできたからなんか大丈夫なんじゃないか勢と、いや本当かそれっていう勢がいるから何とも言えない。まあちょっとまだ分かんないって感じですね、パンダに関しては。よいしょ、ちょっとちょっと今日はいやあと1試合あるけどどうすか、予定がなちょっと予定があるんで今日この辺ですね。ちょっと申し訳ないけど申し訳ないですけどちょっと今日はここまでかな。明日もやるつもりです。ただまあ多分最後までは6マップ目はちょっと見れないかなって感じだね。 ちょっと5マップ目4マップ目ぐらいでちょっと明日は終わる可能性はあるけど、まあ明日はその朝からはやります。という感じで、じゃあ今日はこの辺で終わりですね。何時か、5時から。朝5時です。でも明日トロントが6試合目か。ちょっとそれは痛えな。まあちょっと、まあちょっとまあ半分ぐらい気分次第ですけど、ちょっと。まあそんな感じで待っててください。まあ5時からはやります。ということで、じゃあお疲れ様でした。ちょっと今日はこの辺で終わりにします。お疲れ様でした。